going to call this special council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. There are no announcements, no addendum for this meeting. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? There being none, Councillor Noyes, you have a motion that we go into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Move it myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council will now hold a closed session meeting at 5:33 p.m. to consider the following. Pursuant to Section 239 in brackets 2 and brackets F of the Municipal Act 2001, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. RE, impact of private agreements on short-term rental properties.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That looks like a team of some sort. All right, we're back in the council chambers, and Councillor McDermott, you have the motion for us to rise and reconvene into open session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 6:16 p.m. with the following report. The recommendations that council directs staff to take no further action to determine if the restrictive covenant registered on title to the South Coast Village properties does or does not prohibit short-term rental use, and that council directs staff to advise the law firm for Myers Homes that the town relies on the short-term rental license applications as submitted and will not make a determination as to whether the restricted covenant registered on title to the South Coast Village properties does or does not prohibit short-term rental use, and that the restrictive covenant is not adequate for the town to deny a license that otherwise meets all other requirements.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to adjournment. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that council adjourns at 6:17 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on March 28, 2022.
All those in favor? That is carried. So we've left the special council meeting, and we're now about to enter the regular council meeting, which I will call to order. I want to acknowledge at the outset that the land upon which we're located is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people, many of whom continue to reside in our community and add to the richness of our community life. Madam Clerk, the invocation, please. Do we all rise?
No.
We don't?
Well,
thought we did.
actually, we do.
Yeah, we do.
This is the first time in
All
2
rise,
years.
please. Yeah.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, Your Worship, with the exception of Councillor Zanko.
Thank you. Are there any announcements? There's an addendum. We'll start with that. There's an additional delegation this evening. That's Patrick Maloney with respect to the application to demolish 477 Ridge Road North. And the other announcements I'm going to hold until we get to presentations. So, disclosures of pecuniary interest. Madam Clerk, I have a declaration with respect to report PDS 14-2022. The owner of that property is an individual named Andy Ferry, and I represent a party that has been engaged in litigation with that individual. So when we get to that report, I'm going to ask the chair to be taken over by whoever the acting mayor is. Councillor Noyes. Okay, so we have some upcoming public meetings. We have a proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with respect to 10546 DiPietro Street, and that is to be held on April the 4th, 2022 at 6 p.m. here in the council chamber. The report on that application will be available on our website on March the 30th, 2022 at 5 p.m. We also have a proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for April the 11th with respect to Compass Heights, which is located at 7 Central Avenue and 100-1 Queen Street. That meeting, again, is in the council chambers, 6 p.m. The report for that meeting will be available on our website on April the 6th. We have a proposed zoning bylaw amendment public meeting with respect to a property located on Rebstock Road, adjacent to the Crystal Ridge Park. That meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. on April the 11th in the council chambers, and the information report will be available on our website on April the 6th, 2022. We have an open house with respect to a proposed plan of subdivision with respect to Black Creek Road, and that will be held on Thursday, April the 7th at 5 p.m. At the Black Creek Community Center in Stevensville. And then finally, there's an open house scheduled for Wednesday, April the 13th, 2022, with respect to 3914 Alexandra Road, and that will be held here in the Town Hall atrium at 5 p.m. That takes us to the Regional Councillor's report. Regional Councillor Encina, you get to address us from the podium, which is a new experience for us. I'm sure for you. Do you have enough lighting? I see that we've got half the lights turned out. I don't know, is that an economy measure? Or?
Well, JJ is acting CAO right now.
Turn on your mic.
Are you sure you want to do that?
As a matter of courtesy, I will turn it on.
Good evening.
The lights go off.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, councillors, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's really great to see everyone in person again. The official plan update regarding settlement area boundaries recommendations was presented to Regional Council. I'm not going to go in depth because Mr. Hayworth is here from the region who will explain a little more to you. The staff are moving forward with the official plan with the next phase of the consultation once again. Throughout the process, there's been over 255 letters sent to owners of the expansion areas, over 100 participants at public information centers, and over 30 meetings with the owners. To date, what was heard from all during the consultations was the need for intensification and affordable housing opportunities, protection of our natural environment systems, climate change adaptation, support for agricultural systems, efficient use of public infrastructure, and support for economic development. Throughout this process, Mayor Redekop has led the way in promoting the requirements and needs of this community. I have learned a great deal, and thank you, sir. I believe that the upcoming official plan will be beneficial in allowing Fort Erie to grow responsibly. A special council meeting took place to discuss Niagara Regional Transit and the next steps needed to take to make this a reality. Currently, negotiations are underway to bring all transit commissions under one umbrella. The majority of work is with St. Catharines, Niagara, and Welland commissions. As you can imagine, all the employees, along with the buses and the assets of the commissions, now have to be brought under one commission. To guide the transition, the region has created a Transit Commission Steering Committee, which is comprised of staff of public works at the region, local area municipality transit general managers, along with local area municipality CAOs, and with legal counsel. The Transit Commission, that's not the official name, but they are going to work that out later, will be comprised of elected officials from all local municipalities, 3 from St. Catharines, 2 from Niagara Falls, and 1 from all other municipalities. Correspondence is being forwarded to all local area municipalities requesting that each put forward a name for the commission from either the local council or regional representatives. And they're asking for this by April 29th, 2020, so that the tight timelines can be met. A special meeting of regional council is scheduled for May 5th, where council will endorse the makeup of the new commission. Once this is completed, a general manager will be hired. The implementation of the municipal transit agreement will take place, all with harmonizing the policies with all the local area municipalities. All this is going to be done and set to begin as of January 1st, 2023. I'm going to keep this short, so in closing, I just wanted to mention about Municipal 511 service, the pilot project that has been initiated. If you go to municipal511.ca, it will provide residents with maps that identify road closures, detours, construction, traffic and other road details that they may have put on. All that gathered from the different municipalities and throughout the region. And I believe that's it, Mayor Redekop.
Thank you
Any
very
questions?
much, Councillor Insinnen, thank you very much for those kind words. Much appreciated. Any members of council have any questions of Councillor Insinnen? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Tom, just one question on timeline. Is the region going to give us like a schedule when they want certain things done so that people can, they know what to expect and how long this is going to take to bring all the transit authorities together?
It's my understanding that May 5th is going to be one of the dates that's going to be the inception of everything. And as of May 5th, they'll have different timelines that they're going to come back to regional council, and I will send that off to you as to how it progresses. That's not a problem. I will make sure you get that.
Anything further? If not, thank you very much, Councillor Insinnen.
Thank you.
So then that takes us to presentations and delegations, and the first item on this evening's agenda is our opportunity as a municipality to express our appreciation and congratulations to some young fellas that won the Ontario Scholastic Basketball Association Championship for 2022, and that is the team from the Fort Erie International Academy. This year's final 8 high school championships were held March 3rd to 6th, 2022, hosted by Durham College and Ontario Tech University. The Fort Erie International Academy, in its first year competing in the league, was crowned men's 2022 champions. Their path to the championship included a 14-2 record in Pool A during the regular season, and then during the championship, in the quarterfinals, a 73-63 win against J. Addison, an 89-79 win against Royal Crown in the semifinals, and then in the finals, an 81-71 win against United Scholastic Academy. Leonard Miller led the way for Fort Erie with 26 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, and was named the league MVP, and was also named to the first All-Star team. In the finals, Jaden Clayton was named the MVP for Fort Erie and was also named to the second All-Star team. He had 19 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals in the final. So the tournament top scorers were Leonard Miller with 79 points, I presume in those 3 games, Jaden Clayton 45 points, and Ishan Sharma 44 points, Isaac Jack 36 points. Some of these athletes are not only great athletes, but they're also good students. There are 8 academic award winners, those with 80% plus for their academic grade average on this team. They are Oliver Faubert, Jaden Webley, Jaden Clayton, Joshua Francis, Ishan Sharma, Diego Ramos, Mateo Graham, and Isaac Jack. So yes, you may clap your, yes. How many Ontario champions do we get? So at this point, I'm going to go down. I believe we've got down below, we have the certificates to give to the players. Okay, and I'm going to call the names down below and hand the certificates to each player, and you can come forward. We've also included the coaches and hopefully the team therapist. Councillor McDermott, do you want to come down and join me? So, can you turn, is this on? Yeah, that's on. So I want you guys to know, as hard as it is to believe, Councillor McDermott and I did once play basketball, but in those days, basketball players were much smaller, as you can tell. Okay, so Councillor McDermott, I'm going to call out the names with the certificate. I'll hand it to you. And then you can give the player the certificate, and I will give them a Town of Fort Erie crest. And when we're all done, we'll have a picture. So, Jaden Clayton.
Get their autographs.
Yeah, might be worth it someday. Congratulations, Jaden. So, why don't we do a group?
We'll do a group picture?
Yeah, we'll do a group photo when we're done. I think. She want to do one for each player. Yep, okay, sure. You can point out how short you are.
It gets better.
Okay. I say Oliver Faubert, is that right?
Now we're talking, eh?
Wow,
It's more than a foot taller than you, George.
what's the weather like up there? It's hot. Joshua Francis. Okay, well, we'll give this to the coach when he comes. Mateo Graham. Congratulations. Isaac Jack. Another short guy.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The mayor and I are on the midget squad.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Braden Jackson. Congratulations. Leonard Miller.
I know.
Should you get all these points from three-point shooting or from dunking?
Little bit of both?
A little bit of both.
Everything.
Everything. Okay, and we
Thank you.
Let's go.
Get that.
Congratulations.
Emmanuel, so you said Milan? Congratulations. How do you say your last name? Milan? Okay, perfect. Okay, Janabik Muyate. Muhayat. Diego Ramos. Congratulations. Thank you. Ishan Sharma. These guys live in Fort Erie?
Absolutely. How you doing? Good. We live in very small dorms.
You just raised the average height.
Appreciate you.
Christopher Sheko. Congratulations. I think it's your name.
Congratulations.
Jaden Webley. You're the tall boss. Okay. Okay, so I guess we've got all the players. Now we go to Charles Hantamakis. Congratulations, Coach.
Thanks very much, appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I coach. Thanks, George, appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, thanks as well.
Yeah, I can imagine. Handel Kip. Handel is the assistant coach. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you again.
Scotty Mason, assistant coach. Congratulations, Scotty.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Havashan Pathmanathan. Assistant coach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
No, you look like a basketball player.
As long as I look like it.
Okay. And Kayla Vandekamp.
Yeah, so,
Okay, so we'll give these to the coach.
okay.
Two of these. Perfect. Did anyone want to say a word? Coach, did you want to say a word at all?
Thank you very much for this, we really appreciate it.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you. It's wonderful to see an Ontario champion. It's wonderful to see all of you fellas out here. It's a great legacy for Fort Erie International Academy, and I can't imagine that this isn't going to happen frequently, because it looks like you've got a good program, good coaches, great players, and congratulations. Well done.
Here, here.
If I could say, just on behalf of, I'm here on behalf of the Fort Erie International Academy Management Team. And I just wanted to thank the council and your worship, and to Councillor McDermott specifically for his support and the town's support for our school for the past 3 years, our hockey program, our basketball program, and we keep on adding. We have a girls basketball program coming next year, and a girls hockey team program adding to our school as well. For the boys basketball, we couldn't be more proud of what they accomplished this year on the court, but even more so as humans. These are fantastic children here today that have achieved excellence, and I congratulate them, and thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. We look forward to seeing some of your other teams as championships. You're welcome, and you may leave at this point if you wish.
You know what? That was nice. This is nice to have back. This was nice. It's a lot to be proud of.
Okay. And that takes us to the next delegation.
Those kids are 6 years, 7
Somewhat
feet tall.
famous athlete in his own right back in the day, David Hayworth, with respect to the official plan and the Niagara Region. They can now that I've turned on your mic.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and the public. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening to speak about the draft of Niagara official plan, which has been made available as a consolidated draft since the beginning of January for comment. The Niagara official plan has taken a balanced approach with respect to growth management. The policy directions in the Niagara official plan have considered climate change and the protection of the environment, as key priorities in the official plan. There are key interest areas to address in the official plan: improving our natural environment system mapping and policies for protection, providing a policy response to climate change, improving our housing mix and supply of housing, creating a greater supply of housing overall, as in particularly more medium and higher density housing as well. That will also assist in addressing affordability. We want to improve our economic competitiveness by identifying and protecting key employment areas, and improve our planning framework with as clear policies as we can as we plan in a two-tier system. We want to try and minimize overlap and confusion. It is important for the region to provide a consistent set of growth numbers as well as defined boundaries for transportation, water, and wastewater planning and development charges in order to plan for growth, to ensure people can travel to and from work efficiently, servicing can accommodate growth, and growth can pay for growth. The pillar statements of the official plan form a foundation for policy development. The statements were based on themed input provided during Imagine Niagara, which was planning to 2041, and Regional Council strategic plans, as well as Niagara Official Plan PICs on background work. Regional Council was then surveyed on the pillar statements before incorporation. This slide outlines the key core chapters of the official plan and the sections under them. And obviously, I don't have time to go into great detail on these sections. It does not include, obviously, the introduction, the implementation section, site-specific policy areas, schedules, and appendices, but it gives you an idea of what the topic areas of the official plan cover. Climate change is a key section that represents the policy integration in the plan. It pulls together policy directions throughout the plan in other sections, shown below as examples. And this section also commits to further strategy work, such as a greening strategy, climate modeling, and an adaptation strategy. These would be done after the official plan is adopted, and somewhat go outside of the scope of the land use elements of the official plan. In its simplest form, the Niagara Official Plan identifies what we will protect, how and where we grow, and the systems or tools that we will use to manage growth. Niagara is forecasted to grow by over 200,000 people and 85,000 jobs between 2021 and 2051. The official plan is taking an ambitious approach to intensification, directing 60% regionally of forecasted housing growth to established areas in Niagara. The growth plan requires Niagara to achieve an intensification rate of 50%, while we establish a plan based on a higher rate of 60%. This 10% increase means 11,000 additional homes are directed to the built-up areas in the region and reduces the need for more additional settlement area expansions. Not all of the forecasted population and employment growth can be accommodated within the existing settlement areas, and boundary expansions are required. About 1% of the region's land base is recommended to be added to settlement area boundaries. The 50% intensification target for Niagara averages out intensification thresholds met the last several years and is 10% higher than required in the existing plan. That's 60% target, sorry. The target is a minimum. The population in Fort Erie, as you can see on the charts, is to grow from 2021 to 2051 will be an increase of a little over 14,000. And employment growth from 2021 to 2051 will be almost 7,000 jobs. Fort Erie has averaged over a 65% intensification rate over the last 5 years. The proposed intensification rate is 50, and that is because in Fort Erie, traditionally, they've achieved that higher rate because Fort Erie has large undeveloped blocks of vacant land in the built boundary. There are no strategic growth areas identified in Fort Erie, but the town can identify local growth corridors and centers in its official plan. This slide identifies employment areas in Fort Erie and the existing urban area. These areas were identified in consultation with local planning departments and staff. This slide depicts a settlement area, community lands in gray, and employment areas in blue, adjusted for expansions. I will be speaking to land needs and expansion as I move through the presentation. The region is responsible for determining whether settlement area boundary expansions are needed to accommodate growth. And in doing so, we looked at the land needs, criteria to assess expansions, and timing elements. In terms of land needs, draft versions of the land needs assessment were presented in May, August, and December of 2021. The draft assessment identifies a need for additional regional settlement area lands, including 785 hectares for community area, 260 hectares for employment area, and 115 for rural areas. The official plan review is also the time in which Niagara can make comprehensive revisions to the agricultural land base and the natural environment system. As shown here, the Niagara official plan is adding 1,400 hectares of greenbelt protected countryside, over 300,000 hectares of growth plan prime agricultural area, and additional lands in terms of protecting the natural heritage system. The total developable area of community land needed in Fort Erie is 105 hectares. We're adding 115 hectares by expansion, and that is because we're accounting for some areas with existing people and jobs. Employment land need and expansion for Fort Erie is 175 hectares proposed. This slide identifies where we are in the process relative to SABRE settlement area boundary review, and I will speak to the establishment of criteria and review shortly. Over the last year, the region has undertaken a significant amount of work to review settlement area boundaries. The work started with the creation of SABRE assessment criteria to ensure a consistent approach to reviewing all proposed locations. The region received a number of requests for expansion, as well as the region identified land suitable for consideration. The result of this was 34 locations reviewed. The assessment involved a multidisciplinary team of regional staff with expertise in the various areas of the criteria. It also included local staff input. Staff recommendations were advanced in December, and this kicked off a period of consultation. The urban assessment criteria was developed based on direction from the provincial policy statement, growth plan, and regional considerations. It is a comprehensive set of considerations, including impacts to agriculture and the environment, ability to connect servicing and roads, and how it fits with the surrounding neighborhood, among other factors. Leading up to the recommendation report for the endorsement of the expansion areas to move forward in formal consultation, in Fort Erie, there were 28 sites reviewed. One site was removed simply because it was separate, it wasn't contiguous or adjacent to an existing urban area. So 27 sites were assessed through step 2 process. Since December, regional staff consulted with landowners and the public on recommendations put forth in December. The region held a PIC specifically on settlement area boundary review in January, prior to recently recommending areas for endorsement. And this slide shows the areas identified for community area expansion and employment area expansion. What we protect are resources important from an ecological or climate change or food supply or heritage or economic perspective. And I'm not going to be talking about all of these, but we have policies proposed in the official plan on all of these topic areas. The natural environment, of course, in Fort Erie, I know from experience, is very important. Regional Council selected option 3C among the environmental options, being the most stringent option, most conservative and protective option. And the system includes key hydrologic areas, key natural heritage features, linkages, the provincial natural heritage system, and areas for enhancement. There has been significant consultation on the NES mapping and policies. A PIC was recently held on February 10th, public one, and then on February 17th, a session was held for property owners in the urban area with new mapped features. Over 1,700 letters were mailed out to property owners in the urban area with newly mapped features. About 130 of these were in Fort Erie. And we have made, outside of, revisions to the natural heritage system, provincial natural heritage system outside of the urban boundary, we've made 25 to 30 revisions in the urban area in Fort Erie. So this slide basically shows the features in the system, and I won't go through all of them, but you can see on the right-hand side under the legend the features that are being protected and the spatial distribution of those features across Fort Erie and the region. So how do we manage growth and protect these features and resources while we grow? There are some specific tools we want to use. District and secondary plans. Secondary plans, as you know, are set the blueprint for how a community can grow, has a lot of community consultation, and can be very strategic. They're accompanied for larger areas by sub-watershed planning, and we're requiring secondary plans for strategic growth areas, the GO station areas, downtown St. Catharines, downtown Welland, downtown Niagara Falls, and for expansion areas, because we feel that's very important in terms of ensuring the expansion areas develop according to what is envisioned and set out, so we're not expanding unnecessarily.
Excuse me, Mr. Hayworth. This is very interesting, and I don't want to cut you off. I just want to know approximately how much longer you...
About 2 minutes.
Okay, so can we have a motion to extend the time? Councillor McDermott, Councillor Butler, any questions? All those in favor? Just to make sure that you're on solid ground, because you're somewhat past 10 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. The other tools, urban design and coordinating with infrastructure and transportation policies. This slide basically identifies the outcomes of the official plan, or you can see them before you. These are kind of key areas we want to make sure come out of the official plan. In terms of the timeline, this is where we're at. The official plan, we're going to be holding a public open house April 7th and a formal public meeting April 28th under the Planning Act. We had a draft consolidated official plan, as I mentioned, out since early January. We closed comments on March 4th. We've been assessing all those comments. We'll be posting a revised plan for the end of March that will be that municipalities, agencies, and the public can review for the public meeting and comment at that point, and then we'll determine what strategic revisions we may want to make to the document after the public meeting and bring a revised proposed plan for adoption to Regional Council in June. That concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayworth. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Hayward. Thank you for the presentation. It was really great, and great to see you again.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. There's so much information that I can attest that this council is really forward-thinking in terms of a few in particular, and one of them is climate change. I have a motion that's coming up tonight that's actually going to go hand in hand in what you've presented, but I'm wondering if the region is including in their climate change adaptation team members of each municipality.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we haven't decided that. Certainly we'll be dialoguing and collaborating with our local municipalities. The structure of that we haven't worked out. The adaptation strategy will come after the official plan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a few more questions if you don't mind. I was just wondering if the region, is going to be hiring an expert in climate change to spearhead that entire division, because it is quite a big project.
Mr. Hayworth?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I would not be able to speak on that. That would be a corporate decision. There is someone at the region who is kind of coordinating and spearheading some climate change initiatives right now. But in terms of other projects, et cetera, moving forward, I'm not sure how that would work.
Councillor Butler?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a comment, but I know we're supposed to just ask questions, so I'll just keep it to myself and maybe send you something later. But I do want to switch gears a little bit and just go into the affordable housing portion of it. In terms of the apartments that are available at this point, I've had a couple of residents actually this weekend contact me and said that they were looking for apartments that were affordable. And as they visited a few of them, the landlord actually said to them, there are 7 individuals that are qualified to take and meet the requirements of this apartment financially. Give me your best offer because I'd like to start a bidding war. How is the region going to prevent that from happening so that our residents have a fair shake at living accommodations?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's a really good question. It's very interesting. I would think it goes beyond land use policy planning on what can be addressed in the official plan. We've set some affordable housing targets, 20% ownership, 10% rental. We have policies on, restrictions for converting rental apartments so that there is, you try and maintain a rental base. And of course, policies promoting a housing mix, a greater housing mix and a greater supply of housing. That's important. Beyond that, then there's aspects where when we developed the official plan policies, it was, and provincially we have to do this, it was in coordination with and aligned with the region's housing and homeless action plan. So there's that element. There's affordable housing, and then there's kind of core housing needs, and that gets into, social housing, et cetera, which is somewhat outside of the official plan scope.
Thank you, Your Worship. And one last question, and it is with respect to the watershed. You had mentioned that there is going to be movement in protecting the watershed and to furthering those endeavors. But I did a lot of research for my motion, and they are predicting that 1/3, as you know, 150 different species, plants and animals, become extinct on a daily basis.
Yeah.
But what they are predicting is that more than 30% of that entire population of species and plants and animals are going to be extinct in the next 50 years, if not sooner. How far is the region willing to take the protection of watershed? Do you know that answer?
Mr. Hayworth?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So when we started this exercise, our growth, like higher level growth management decisions have to be informed by watershed planning, and we had a kind of a higher level regional watershed plan prepared to help inform that. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is related to watershed planning is we updated our ecological land classification mapping so it would be as accurate as possible. There was a lot of confirmation of that in the field, so to speak. You know, you can't go right on someone's property, but in and around there to confirm the ecological land classification mapping. That's an important aspect. And then our policies speak to sub-watershed planning to align with secondary planning so that you're considering the environment, which you've already kind of identified the system and features, but you're considering it relative to the development that might be happening in that urban area at the same time so that it can be looked at on a broader scale, and you're considering the environment and development that's happening at the same time together.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any other councillors? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Dave, I'm just wondering if you could go to, I think it would be somewhere around slide 16. I think it showed the employment area expansion. There, yeah. I'm just wondering, I'm assuming this is a draft, so they might want to change things, but I don't know, but is there any reason why, and I don't see that it is in there, the old CMS property is not in brown? Would that? That's it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that in there?
Yeah.
That's it there? Okay, all right. That's the whole CMS property, so there's no other employment expansion?
These are the areas that are proposed right now. Like I said, it's a fluid process. This is where we've got endorsement from Regional Council to incorporate them into the proposed plan for formal consultation. So there's still an opportunity for someone to comment on it. We have recognized and maintained the site-specific policy area for CMS, and that some of those lands do go outside of this area. So it's kind of covered off in two ways.
Yeah, because when I was trying to remember on the other slide when it showed the increase in employment in Fort Erie over till 2051?
Yes.
Is
So this plan,
this land here will accommodate the growth that you're projecting?
through the mayor to the councillor, yes. So what we're required to do under provincial policy is plan to 2051. So when we did our land needs, we have to follow provincial methodology. It spits out some numbers, so to speak. And there's, in some cases, it resulted in community needs or more employment land needs. And in Fort Erie, that was the case. We also considered Fort Erie's employment strategy that you did and looked at that in considering what we were going to recommend.
Okay, and going back to affordable housing, I'm just wondering how the region is planning on meeting the needs of Fort Erie. My understanding is that we are more short than other areas of the region. So are you going to tackle it on the basis of we're going to try to balance per population so that Fort Erie rises to meet the average house per capita for Fort Erie? So in other words, what I'm saying is I'm thinking that we need to see more affordable housing coming into Fort Erie faster than in other areas. So you might have to build 100 in Fort Erie and only 25 in St. Catharines because there's an imbalance there. Is that how the region's going to tackle it?
Through the mayor to the councillor. I think there's a couple elements here. One, like I said, we've set some affordable housing targets, and that's regionally, and you would look at those from a municipal perspective. And, that's 30% of someone's gross income going to housing. And that doesn't really get at some of the really core affordability of housing. There's people that need less expensive housing than even that level would provide, and that gets more into the social housing, and I think you might be thinking more of assisted income housing or kind of social housing. That's done under regional housing, and that, in terms of how they're working that with respect to individual municipalities, I wouldn't be able to comment on.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. So I just need to clarify, is assisted housing not included in the affordable housing aspect of the
No,
plan?
through the mayor to the councillor, it's really like from a land use planning perspective and the provincial target, it's based on that 30% affordability, right? So we have policies to help assist with that from a land use planning perspective. When you drill down to housing for the lower income sectors, you're getting more into the social housing and that's more the housing and homeless action plan and social housing. So that would go outside the scope of the official plan.
But that's part of the official, that's part of this official plan
Well, it
project, is it not?
would, through the mayor to the councillor, from the broad perspective of what the target level of his affordability is, it goes to that level and under, yeah. But from a kind of specific basis, it's more, I think you're speaking more to the social housing.
Okay, I'll have to get better clarification because I want to make sure that the region's going to be looking at Fort Erie and our needs. And so when you're talking percentages, that's percentage for the entire region. I want to make sure Fort Erie is included and that it's balanced throughout the
Right.
region with all the municipalities and not heavily loaded in one area.
No, it's not heavily loaded in one area.
Councillor Lubberts, to that point, I would point out that Councillor Encina sits on regional housing, and he's a great advocate for trying to get regional housing activity in Fort Erie. Any other, Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Hayworth. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
It's in regards to affordable housing that you're not just looking at housing as a separate entity. I mean, you can have a house that you can afford to live in, but you can't afford to travel anywhere because there's nothing close to you. So when you're looking at affordable housing sites, you're looking for the amenities that would be around to support the choice of where you're going to put the affordable housing?
Through the mayor to councillor, that's an excellent point. So our policies are obviously supporting and encouraging complete communities. Housing for all, housing for age in place, and different housing sectors for different income sectors, right? Obviously, higher density housing can be more affordable. But the aspect of complete communities, your intensification close to public transit, so people can, active transportation linkages, et cetera, so people can walk or bike to get to certain amenities is really important as well. It's also important in terms of some of those elements to address affordability, also help with addressing climate change as well, so they kind of go hand in hand. So I think that's positive. But yes, that's a very good point. The secondary planning aspect of developing our strategic growth areas, where we're funneling more growth in the strategic growth areas across the region, we're kind of directing more than 30% of all the growth to those particular areas. It's important for those to be planned comprehensively for the purposes that you mentioned.
Thank you, that's all.
Any other councillors? Just a couple of questions, Mr. Hayworth. With respect to the urban area boundary expansion and the 2051 time frame within which this new official plan is supposed to be identifying needs. My understanding is that if there is a need for further expansions during that 30-year period, that could occur.
To the mayor, yeah, I think that's a very good point and important. Why we're planning to 2051, it's not a static document. So there'll be another municipal comprehensive review. We'll be monitoring the growth. I think that's a really important point. We'll be monitoring the growth, seeing growth might exceed what the expectations are in 5 or 10 years, and we can come back and take a look at that and readjust. So it's a very good point.
And the other question with respect to urban area boundary expansions, there were a lot of delegations at the Regional Council with respect to this, particularly with respect to concerns about the environment. Can you confirm that if there are environmentally protected lands within an area that is subject to an expansion of the urban area boundary, those environmental protections still remain?
To the mayor, that's a good point. Currently, there's like a provincial natural heritage system across those because they're outside the urban boundary. When we bring them in, the mapping is refined like it is for the features within the urban boundary now. So that natural environment system, wetlands are protected, significant woodlands. You know, when the area develops, a large area in an expansion area would develop by secondary plan with sub-watershed planning to go along with it to help ensure that.
This is all something that's very familiar to you because this was the type of work you did in Fort Erie as well.
Yep, to a degree, yep.
Okay, and then finally, near the end, you had a slide that indicated that the timing and that Regional Council will receive recommendations in June with respect to the final version of the official plan. And then the last box on that slide said that the provincial approval was July of 22. Is it the province has to approve it, or does it have to be sent to the province for approval?
To your worship, it has to be sent to the province. We obviously have been consulting with provincial staff, getting input on the draft as we move along. So we're hopeful that when it goes to them as an adopted plan, that they can review it expeditiously, but we don't really have control over that. I will say, and you just jogged my memory, I should say too that the regional official plan as approved by the province is not appealable.
Right. So far. See the Housing Affordability Task Force.
Yeah.
Some recommendations with respect to that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayworth. We appreciate you coming out. This has been very important. Before you go, though, Councillor Lubberts has one more question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Just getting on that point with approvals from the province. So when the province looks at the official plan from the region, it's not appealable. So would they deny the whole plan or just deny aspects of it, and then you have to bring it back for improving the areas they don't agree in, or do they just?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the province is the approval authority for the plan. Hopefully, as I said, we've been working with them as well as our local municipal partners. So, you know, while I can't say everything will align perfectly and there won't be any modifications whatsoever, obviously they're the approval authority and they can modify the plan as they see fit. So that's why it's important for us to dialogue with them and minimize those types of modifications.
But they will come back and give you an opportunity to modify.
They may consult. I'm not sure how that would actually work, to be honest, but once they make their final decision, as I said, that would be final.
The reason I asked that question is the mayor's brought up some very interesting, I don't know that the province has decided on it yet, but there's some thoughts and some talk about changing the way planning is done. And I don't want to get in a position where the province says, well, no, we don't agree with your plan. This is what you're going to do.
Yeah. through the mayor to the councillor, a lot of those recommendations are more kind of like on the implementation end of things rather than the plan itself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayworth. You've escaped.
Thank you.
Good
Nice
you
to
again.
see everybody. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us then to the next delegation, that's Russell Young. Good evening, Mr. Young, and your notes have been circulated to members of council, so we all have a copy.
Great. Okay, thanks for having me, and hopefully I can give you in 10 minutes what the consultants that cost 75 grand didn't give you for 75 grand. The thing with consultants is they give you the conclusion, but they don't give you what leads up to it. I'm going to do that for you. If people want to continue to grow cannabis, they should do it without upsetting their neighbors. Cannabis odor mitigation, ABC of cannabis. There's so many strains and methods of stopping the odor from bugging your neighbors. I've included catalogs. I've included terpene sheets. A terpene, quite simply, is what causes cannabis to have an odor. And if it says limonene, you can bet that it smells like citrus. Now, who's going to be upset over citrus? Nobody. If it says alpha-beta pinene, it's going to be pine, hence the word pine sensi. It's going to smell like pine salt. Nobody's going to be upset, except maybe somebody who doesn't like the smell of clean. If somebody wants to grow something skunky, do it in the country. And even then, if you're near a corporate grower, if you've got 4 people growing cannabis, which pretty much everybody is, and they're near a giant farm, and that person has a closed-loop system, and a neighbor gets upset at the stink, well, the corporate grower could very well be containing his odors, and the cast-off from the other people growing their meds, they're recreational weed. And in some cases, people want to smoke skunk weed. I don't get it. I've never understood it from day one. Like, it smells like roadkill. There's no point to it. So, if you've got neighbors and you want to keep them happy, and especially if you're a medical grower, because your plant count exceeds 4 plants. And as you see on Garrison Road this year, a guy had 500 plants. However, there was nobody close enough to him to be upset by the smell. So, in my case, I'm a medical grower. My garden actually was used in the Aller Challenge with John Conroy in Victoria, the Supreme Court Challenge. That's why medical patients are still allowed to grow. So, it's going to be a problem, especially if we have a federal government change. If the Conservatives win, they're going to tighten the rules up. We know this. My freedoms never felt in jeopardy except when the Conservative government wanted you to go to jail for 3 years for a pound of weed. Trudeau became our prime minister. 6 months later, don't have to worry about your kids, your grandkids, nobody you love and care about going to jail for an herb. So, if you're going to do it, you try to get along. You can't get cannabis consumers to do something because you tell them. Otherwise, weed would still be illegal. People wouldn't have fought for the cause. And I'm proud to say that I was there front and center. So people shouldn't go to jail for it, and they shouldn't have line laws, arguments over cannabis. When it comes down to it, you can grow companion plants. If you're going to grow weed for the rest of your life, plant tea roses. Very fragrant. In fact, they'll probably please your neighbors. They're going to make comments about how your yard smells so good. Or you can grow marigolds, which to me, I would rather smell skunk. You can grow poppies. However, if the government gets a hand in it, poppies, any single poppy can produce opium. Anybody who thinks that propaganda about one poppy won't grow or produce opium and another one will, they're wrong. It's just complete propaganda. So, if you're going to grow poppies, they stink too. They literally smell like roadkill. So, if you find a flower, a plant, oregano will make your yard smell like a pizza joint. So, literally, all that's going to do is make your neighbors ask for some oregano. And when it comes down to it, if the people who do these studies would just, literally get a pot test, it gives you all the terpenes. It should be in front of you. Now, humulene. Humulene is the terpene molecule that brings you the odor of skunk, armpit smell. And pretty much every terpene comes in another form. Beta-carotene, for instance, is the smell of cracked pepper. Now, not everybody likes the smell of cracked pepper, but it sure beats skunk any day. So, there's diesel weed, there's gassy weeds. Nobody wants your backyard to smell like a truck stop. So, the best thing to do is guide people, especially new consumers of cannabis, into growing something that's not got your neighbor going, my neighborhood stinks. I'll give you an example. If anybody's ever read the Winnipeg Free Press, they have like 20 to 30 letters to the editor. And the addition I just gave to the Native Culture Center, literally one letter says, I live next door to a cattle farm, the smell is driving me and my wife nuts. The next letter to the editor was, I live next door to a pig farm, the smell is driving us nuts. The next one was somebody saying, I live next door to a cannabis farm, the smell is just fine. The other person says, I live between a pig farm and a cattle ranch, I wish I lived next door to a pot farm. Winnipeg Free Press, 2 months ago, kid you not. So, if they can get along in Winnipeg, where pretty much they think they're American and everybody's got guns, then we can do it here. So, when it comes to odor mitigation, it's quite simple. You convince people that they should be using, or they should try it at least. The seed bank makes it available. I've already talked to John in the Falls about it, and the clone farmers, they'll give you anything. And in case people aren't aware of this, every garden center, every place that sells medical marijuana fertilizer sells clones. That's a baby plant. Cuttings from a female plant. ABC's of weed, B. If you grow a male plant, it will show sign in August. Another way to upset your neighbor. Not the neighbor who doesn't like the smell of weed, a neighbor who's also growing weed. Because cast off, birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and all that, if your plants get pollinated, they stop producing THC. So by the middle of August, if your THC level is only at 4%, your weed is basically hemp. There's no buzz value, there's no med value. So you could end up having a line war over some newbie or just some person who thinks they want to be a seed farmer, and they could pollute the entire neighborhood. And that could come down to a lynching. Seriously, if you're a medical grower and you got 30 plants, and your neighbor grows 3 plants and 2 of them are males, and pollutes your entire garden with the pollen, that's going to freak you out. You're going to be nuts over that. So, seriously, like oleander, what we grow in the pump or on the tropic islands, male marijuana plants should be considered an invasive species, along with oleander. C, if you're a pot grower, and in the middle of the night you hear somebody climb your fence, in the middle of the night you're not as tough as you think you are. Call the cops. Don't, sick your dog on them, sure. Get your clothes on, pick up the phone. Don't pick up a gun, a knife, a shovel, a stick, an axe. Call the cops. They've been trying to steal our weed for 100 years. It's time for them to protect it. So, rather than get stabbed in the stomach like the guy in Crystal Beach 2 years ago, just let the cops do their job. And for instance, when a guy tried to steal my medical weed, I know who he is. I turned his name over to the cops. They did nothing about it. However, when the cops came, they literally said, I don't smell no weed growing. What are you talking about, weed? I said, well, do you smell strawberries and bananas? And the giant red-headed cop, forget his name, brick shithouse guy, pardon me, oops. Literally, he says, I don't smell it. I said, you smell strawberries? He said, yes, I do. I said, well, why would I want to grow something that stinks like roadkill when strawberry banana has got the highest THC level of any cannabis in the world right now? Banana muffin or skunk? So, if the cops don't even smell it and they're 5 feet away from it, then it goes to show you, your neighbors aren't going to smell it. Also, if you'll see on the seed bank sheet, the highlighted sections, if a cannabis has a name like mango, you can bet it smells and tastes like mango. Cannabis has come so far in the last 20 years. 30 years ago, your cannabis odor mitigation was done with gigantic charcoal filters. I'm at the hydroponic shop twice a month. I asked them last week, how many charcoal filters do you sell now that weed's legal? Almost none. The only people that are using charcoal filters are the ones that don't bother to get a medical exemption, and they're still growing outlaw, like they're bootleggers. So to me, there's no benefit like me personally, to teach people to grow and do it so it doesn't upset the apple cart. Quite simply, if I wanted to be a pot dealer, I'd be telling people not to grow weed. So, in the case of the people around town, in Crescent Park, I stood on my buddy's deck. I seen over 150 plants right down the middle of the property line, between one person and another. So, if Crescent Park, Garrison Road, has got 650 pot plants, if everybody could grow something floral, nutty, fruity, the whole city would smell like a potpourri. And, I mean, it doesn't stink already. However, fish floating up from time to time. But cannabis also. It only stinks from, like, the last week of August. Sorry?
Excuse me, you're at 10 minutes. How much longer do you anticipate you're going to be?
2.
How about if you wrap it up in 1?
Okay. I actually have a couple of samples here, if anybody would like to. Watermelon Skittles. It literally smells and tastes like watermelon. Pine Sensi. It literally smells like pine sol. Strawberry banana, you'll swear it's a banana muffin in this bag. So if anybody wants to have a whiff, tell me.
No thanks.
You won't get stoned from smelling it, I promise you that.
Does that mark the end of your presentation?
Pretty much. And you did see my garden, you were in it.
Yep.
I also advocate for people getting a safety check. If you're gonna grow cannabis indoors, like, not only do you have to make it safe so you can live there, but you gotta be considerate of your neighbors, because if your house burns down, your neighbor's house can go with it. So I recommend everybody who grows cannabis indoor, get a fire safety check from John Kirk, get Sparky's not there no more, get the Electric Safety Authority in, and you can sleep safe at night. So hopefully the town can do something to, like, coax people, because you sure can't like force them. You try to force somebody that's a pot consumer, and you'll end up with like a protest.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Young.
You're welcome. I hope you get something from it.
I can't believe, I think this is the first time anybody has spoken for 11 minutes without taking a breath.
I breathe through my nose and my ears.
It doesn't inhibit your speaking. Now, before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Of course.
Yes, several questions. Russ, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just want everybody to know, Russ and I have had some very lengthy conversations over the phone over our marijuana bylaw and where we're going here in Fort Erie. But I just want to ask Russ, what is the length of our growing season here in Fort Erie for marijuana?
It's when the hours of the day shorten. It triggers cannabis into reproducing, and the females start to flower late August, and indoor, the flowering time is 8 to 9 weeks usually, and outdoor, it starts late August, and it ends anywhere between third week of September and the second week of October. And the odor is most intense at the peak of reproduction. And the reason it gets at like a super smell is because what you hear when you hear a sinsemilla means no seeds. That breeds potency. The marijuana plant, like a human, tries to reproduce. So the female makes herself sticky, icky, like Snoop Dogg says, and it waits for pollen to travel through the air, birds and the bees. You keep that female plant from gaining pollen, and it gets stinkier if it's a stinky strain. If it's a strawberry strain, it smells like macerated strawberries. If it's a pineapple strain, it smells like sour pineapple. It smells like a chi-chi. No other way to describe it.
Okay, Mr. Young, the question was the growing season. You answered that. Back to you, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much.
What strain to strain?
You said, so when do you start, say May, and then you're done second week in October? When would the odor start?
Well, you switch to flower fertilizer in the second week of August, and then your flowers start to develop. You'll notice hairs first, then you'll get a slight scent that may be like a herbaceous smell. Then the second or third week, you'll start to pick up like a fresh cut lawn smell. And then into the fourth, fifth, sixth week, it starts to gain potency and smell. Whatever strain you're growing, that's when it's at its peak of like, whether it's offensive or pleasant. And that's why I'm here, try to get people to grow pleasant. And I mean, people will say they want to do something just to be different. So if you're growing cannabis that's done by October, second week of October, that's the standard strains. However, people do try to grow equatorial strains. Those grow until the end of November. In that case, you got to drag them in a garage into a greenhouse every night, because dew and what rain is a cannabis farmer's enemy. Powder mildew, botrytis. I mean, if you're near a soybean field, you got to make sure that you're not getting cross-contaminated from cast-off powder mildew, botrytis, and the 300 different pesticides and fungicides that the soybeans use. Because the edamame is in a husk. The bean never gets exposed to the powder mildew, and when you use a pesticide, the edamame never gets near the pesticide.
Getting to the...
Sorry, I'm off track, but anyways.
Getting to the odor.
Yes, well, the odor that is in November, those strains are usually stinky. If somebody grows a cannabis...
If we're growing...
Let Councillor Lubberts go to his next question.
If we're growing and it starts to flower, the plant starts to flower.
Yes.
Now it's starting to, now the odor starts. When is it most noticeable? Is it right away, or is it near the end of the grow, like say?
Midway to the end.
So let's say 3 weeks.
3 to 4 weeks in, and then it progressively gets more powerful. Like I say, whatever the title of the strain is, that will get more like pronounced.
Yeah, so when you're talking about strains, there's different strains. Does that take away the THC level?
Not at all. As I was saying about the strawberry banana, it's the highest THC level cannabis in the world. The company's called DNA Genetics, and like strawberry banana is one of the tastiest weeds in the world, and there's no way it's going to offend your neighbors. I mean, a cop was 6 feet away from my plants in the middle of the night, and he didn't even know there was weed there. So they're trained to sniff.
Now, we had the consultant was here a while back, and
Yes.
said that OMAFRA was doing a study on odor.
Yes.
And do you know of any other studies that have been done in Canada?
My own.
regarding the odor?
I've been growing cannabis for 45 years.
Yeah, hang on. What I'm looking for is how far the odor will travel and so on. Or have you heard anything from OMAFRA? Have they released any studies yet?
Well, I'll give you an example. I grew cannabis. I never paid for cannabis unless I wanted to for 30 years. I grew indoors, never got busted. I exhausted out my chimney clean out. In my backyard, I grew what's called juicy fruit. It literally smells like Wrigley's Juicy Fruit. So I've been mitigating cannabis odor for over 30 years, and I mean, I never got caught. I grew cannabis for personal consumption, and I literally never ever got busted.
So to the question, do you know the...
I know how to mitigate
Do you know the
cannabis.
distance that the aroma would be detectable?
It's limitless. Depending on the wind, there's so many factors, it's impossible to gauge. It's literally impossible to gauge.
Yeah.
So you do get whirlwinds. Seriously, you have 3 people growing cannabis in the same neighborhood, you'll smell it 4 blocks away, and there's nobody even growing weed there.
Councillor
So-
Lubberts?
Okay, now, last question. Is there anywhere that the average guy in the town of Fort Erie that's gonna grow recreational, say it's 4 plants, or even medical, and maybe get 8, 10, or 15 plants, or whatever?
Yes.
Is there anywhere in town where they can go to find where these seeds are that produce a non-invasive odor?
Online, there's a million choices, if not 2 million choices. But John, the Niagara Seed Bank guy, he's trustworthy. I've been buying seeds off them for 15 years, and if you got a problem, you complain to the guy, he swaps you out. And he's honest. He'll tell you what the odor is, he'll tell you the timeline, because if you order seeds online, you may get something that's called sweet diesel, and there's nothing sweet about it.
Yeah.
So when you buy online, you don't get to confront the salesman. So, I mean, like I said, watermelon Skittles, smells like a busted open watermelon.
Okay, we got this.
So,
All right, thanks.
the best thing to do is coach them into growing something that smells nice, inviting.
Okay, at the risk of not wanting to hear the answer I'm going to get. Is there anyone else that has any questions of Mr. Young?
I tried to be thorough, so.
You're being very thorough, and you're being very helpful, and I thought the information was quite helpful, and we appreciate the handout. Thank you very much, Mr. Young.
Okay, you do remember when I told you HEPA in, HEPA out, right?
You tell me so many things that it's hard for me to remember them all.
Transparent, my friend. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Leave those little bags behind.
I was just going to say that. Your telephone number for Councillor Lubberts to call to get further tips. And you know, Councillor
Throw the
Lubberts,
strawberry over here.
you know, Councillor Lubberts, when you said that you and Mr. Young have had some long telephone conversations, we all could believe that.
You know what?
Honesty's the best policy. Oh, one thing I was left out tonight. Climate mitigation, Aqua Dam, Great Wall. We're gonna end up having a Great Lake tsunami, and we're gonna be one lake. It'll be called Lake Ontario. So, 2051, we won't make it. Cheers.
Good night. That then takes us to our last delegation, and that is Patrick Maloney on behalf of the owner of 477 Ridge Road. Good evening, Mr. Maloney. I doubt that you'll be able to follow that act.
I do not have little bags of that strawberry banana.
You got to share them, Donnie.
Good to know. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Patrick Maloney. I'm a partner with the law firm of Sullivan Manny, and I do act on behalf of Robert and Kimbra Long, who are the owners of 477 Ridge Road North. Thank you to council and members of staff for listening to me. So in February, you will have received an application to demolish the building at 477 Ridge Road North in Ridgeway. As you would also know, this matter has been before you on a couple of occasions. A property standards order was issued on the property in 2019. At that time, there were two options provided. One was to fix deficiencies, and two, to demolish the building. After very careful thought by our client, considering a number of different reasons, they have determined that they're going to choose the second option to demolish the building. And some of those reasons are they have the two engineering reports that our client has retained, and the town has retained one as well. There are serious construction issues with the property, likely because of the age of the property. There is also extensive costs to renovate the building or repair the building to put it into a habitable state. And the other reason is more personal reasons relating to health reasons. So based on that, they have made the tough decision to demolish. I did want to make it clear to council that my clients, they're not developers in any way. In fact, he's a social worker. He had a legitimate dream of renovating and repairing this historical building. It was clear, though, that the building needed some serious repairs and restoration, and even at the time of designation of the property in 1999, there were some renovations being made by the owner of the day. It's right in the designating bylaw. Some repairs were made, but the reality is, for a variety of reasons, and not necessarily reasons attributed to our client, this is a 168-year-old building that is only a shell of what it might have been when it was first constructed and housed Mr. Edmund Zavitz. So as the planning report indicates, there have been those three engineering reports. Much of what was raised prior related to a suggestion that our client neglected this building. To respond to that accusation, we hired the engineer, or asked the engineer to prepare a subsequent report, which is in your package tonight. It's a December 2021 report. And in that report, the engineer specifically states that much of the deterioration of the building or the poor workmanship that caused the decline in the building was not the fault of our client, but were in existence before our client acquired the property. In fact, he concludes that the extreme condition of the brick and foundation would likely necessitate a complete rebuild, which in our opinion is not reasonable and excessively expensive. And that's a quote that I took from the report. There have been two additions to the original building, a number of haphazard renovations and additions that occurred well before our client purchased the property. So a lot of the problems were inherited, and there's the report in there that lists 4 of the different ways that there was constructural issues with the building and with the additions that caused a lot of the disrepair. So we are asking, I am before you asking council to approve the application, but we would ask that 3 of the conditions suggested by the Municipal Heritage Committee not be attached. Page 6 of the report has the 6 conditions, if you do have that before you. Conditions 1, 5, and 6 we are absolutely okay with. That's to keep the heritage designation on the property, that the owner be responsible for a plaque, and that the Fort Erie Museum Services and there are 3 conditions that we ask that the council not impose. Together. Number 2. Going back to the designated bylaw, there were 2 reasons why this property was designated. The second related to the fact that Edmund Savitz lived on this property, father of forestry, did fraud, but he does have some potential worthy of designation. And the reason why I would suggest that condition 2 and 3 are not be imposed is because of, more practically speaking, once the demolition occurs, those heritage attributes will no longer exist. It is a reality of what is being asked, but heritage impact assessments are intended to measure the impact of any development would have on those existing heritage features, and if those are no longer in existence, then it kind of confuses things once this property does get redeveloped for whatever purposes it is, whether it's a single detached or otherwise. And again, there's absolutely 0 plans for that. So on that basis, I would ask that council not impose condition number 2 and 3. Condition number 4 requires our client to hire an arborist to review the property relating to any trees on it. With all respect to the MHC, Municipal Heritage Committee, I would suggest that that is a process that is above and beyond the designating bylaw for this property. Again, the designating bylaw talked about the heritage attributes of the building and the fact that the individual lived there. It had nothing to do with any landscape heritage features or anything like that that you see in some of the other applications in Fort Erie and Niagara Lake as an example. So that is a process, but that's not a process for what we're asking for tonight. We're asking to demolish the heritage building. Any requirement that we obtain a licensed arborist to review the property, I would suggest is outside of the jurisdiction of what the council can do. So overall, we are asking for town council support to approve the application to demolish the building, but we would ask that you remove conditions 2, 3, and 4 as it relates to what I just discussed. The result will be that there will be an acknowledgement for Edmund Savitz adequately done through a proper plaque placed at the roadside, so people will recognize who lived there. Right now, if you drive by, you have no idea of the significance. So in fact, it's an improvement to the situation. And it would allow this derelict building that is falling apart. I'd invite you to come out to the property and even see inside of it. It's falling apart. So with that, subject to any questions, I did want to make myself available because I know there was a number of questions in prior council meetings that remained unanswered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maloney. Did any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. Maloney. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any trees in that property?
Sorry, how many trees?
Are there any trees of significance? I'm trying to think.
There are 3, Mr. Mayor. There are trees on the property. I don't know how many. I don't know. They haven't been indicated as having any heritage features. So that's, I don't know.
If I can continue, but you wouldn't consider it a treed lot?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't. No, there's the building there. There's there's a garage there. There's a large open area, and in front of the building is also open as well. So there's no wood lot or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much for your presentation. You said the owner bought the property in 1999?
No, Mr. Mayor, the designating bylaw was 1999.
Okay.
Our client bought it in 2006.
2006. And you're saying that it was in the condition it is now? It was just as bad then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report that, the second report that we got from the engineering firm concluded that exactly. So this is not coming from me, this is not coming from our client. This is an assessment that was done of the building, and which a conclusion was reached that a lot of it pre-existed the acquisition by my client.
Okay, can you explain why he would have purchased the property in 2006 if it was in that bad a shape? Like, my understanding when he bought it, everybody was intending to revitalize the property as a heritage property. And if it was in just as bad a shape then as it is now, I have a hard time thinking that an engineer wouldn't have said it's not worth buying.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that assumes that an engineer at the time actually did the review. This review was done in 2020. 2021 is a report. What I can say is that he was aware that there were problems with the building. In fact, he told me that the prior owner was, it was suggested that she was sleeping with animals in the building. That's how much of a disrepair it was in. But he fell in love with the idea of trying to renovate the building and repair the building. I can say to you, he might have made a wrong decision, but he made that decision. But what the engineering report does say is that the structure of the building and the way it was constructed, and I'll give you an example, Councillor Lubberts, is that the building, the main building, there was 2 additions, goes in a, I guess, east-west location, and then the first addition goes in a north-south. So when the water falls, it didn't properly leak either way, and it just stayed there, and it caused issue with the building right there. And then as the water came down, there's a big bay window there. That caused everything to separate as well. There were some repairs that were tried to be made that were attempted to be made before, but they were not done very well. Long and the short of it, maybe it wasn't in hindsight, maybe it wasn't the best decision, but it was a decision that he made.
Okay, thanks. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around it because he says that there was an addition that went to the north, and then it turned out that the water leaked, and that caused some damage. And I mean, I own a house, and I would think that if my roof was leaking and it did a lot of damage, that would be my neglect. It wouldn't be the result of the way it was built originally. Mm-hmm. So I'm just having a hard time following how this house self-destructed without the neglect of the owner. I'm in the construction business. I should let you know that I'm an electrician.
I know you do that.
You know, so we did a lot of work on houses. I was a carpenter at one time. We did a lot of work on houses, and I'm just having a hard time accepting that this house self-destructed without negligence from the owner. He bought it. He knew the condition it was in. He knew that it needed to be reconstructed. From what I can remember as being a resident of Fort Erie all my life, going by that house over the years, I have seen where there was attempts of renovating and repair work that never finished.
Councillor Lubberts, this is to ask questions of Mr.
So somehow somebody's going to need to explain where that all happened. And is he saying that he did everything he could to stop these things from happening and they just happened? Or
No, through you, Mr. Chair, that's not what I'm saying. This is a 160-year-old building. He's only owned it for, 15, 16 years. What I'm saying is he inherited these structural issues, and it didn't just happen overnight. I understand he invited councillors out. I would invite you out, maybe too late now that the application's before council right now, and we do want you to make a decision on that because of the timelines in the Heritage Act. But these were structural issues that existed prior to our client owning the property. It wasn't just the last 15 years that these problems caused the problems or the issues with the property.
Yeah, but the structural issues that happened, that were there before he bought the property, would he not have known that when he bought the property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to what he knew or didn't know 15 years ago, but I think he hoped that he would be able to fix the building.
Okay, thank you. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Butler after that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Maloney, thank you very much for your presentation this evening. I just want to recap what you had mentioned earlier. You had mentioned that Mr. Long has no issue with 1, 5, and 6 of the Heritage Committee's recommendations. There's an issue with 2, 3, and 4, and you had also mentioned that a plaque would be put on the property as well, if that was what you said. I'm just curious, if option number 1 is supported, which is to maintain a heritage designation on the property, how do you justify not supporting recommendations 2, 3, and 4, which is for a heritage permit application to be required for any future development of the property. Number 3, which is a heritage impact assessment be required for any future redevelopment of any future development of the property. And number 4 is related to the trees. It doesn't compute to me how you can support a heritage designation remaining on the property if you don't support a heritage impact assessment being done on any future development of the property. So I'm curious how you justify it, because it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Chair of the meeting. Councillor Dubanow, I think what we're saying, the designating bylaw talks about the individual that lived there. We don't want to get rid of that. That's very clear, so that can stay. The other part of the designating bylaw talks about the architectural features of the building. Once those are removed, then a heritage permit or a heritage impact assessment really wouldn't be necessary, because you will, through condition number 5, recognize the individual that lived there. So that part is taken care of. Now, what I'm saying is the architectural features will no longer be in existence, so you really don't need a heritage permit application, nor do you need a heritage impact assessment. They'll say, well, there's no heritage attributes to protect. So absolutely we can justify keeping the designation of the property, no doubt about that.
If I may, Your Worship. Again, if there's a heritage designation on the property, don't you think you're jumping the gun saying that steps 2, 3, and 4 wouldn't be required if there's a designation on the property? You said that there's going to be a plaque there. Are we sure that a plaque would be enough to recognize the heritage of that property? I mean, I think you're jumping the gun by saying that that's not required. If you're saying a plaque is going to be enough, wouldn't that be the entire point of a heritage impact study, to determine that the heritage of the property is properly recognized?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to answer a question with asking a question back, but the plaque, and that's condition number 5, that's what's been requested by your Municipal Heritage Committee. So that's the plaque that we're talking about, or the sign. What I'm saying is that the permit application and the heritage impact assessment, the whole purpose of those is to review what features of that property are worth, have the impact on the heritage aspect of it. What I'm saying is, if a demolition occurs, then those heritage features are implicitly gone. And so when you're looking at an impact on those features that no longer exist, That's where I'm saying you don't need a heritage impact assessment anymore. In fact, I think you'll confuse the matter in the future if it's a vacant parcel, it doesn't have any heritage attributes to it anymore. The heritage attributes, that is the individual that lived there, will be recognized in the form of the plaque, so you've covered that base.
Well, and if I may, just one last thing. Don't you think, I mean, I'm not a heritage expert. I have, that's why I would bring in an expert to determine, if the property's being developed, what the heritage impact would be, and if a plaque is enough, if there are trees that were connected to Mr. Zavitz. I mean, you support option number 1, which is to maintain the heritage designation on the property. It still doesn't make sense to me that you wouldn't support options 2, 3, and 4 while supporting option 1. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure how you justify that, and unfortunately, I don't think you've answered the question to my satisfaction. That may be your answer, and that may be how you're representing Mr. Long's position on this, but that just doesn't make sense to me. And I'm fine with your answers, but I'm not satisfied with them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, number 4 talks about the trees on the property, and that has nothing to do with the heritage designation on the property at all. So in that regard, 4, it shouldn't be imposed. That's a different process. If the town wants to go ahead and designate the trees on the property, they have to go through that process. But they can't do it as part of an application to demolish the building. I won't talk in circles with 2 and 3. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'd want to see the heritage impacts. Your worship, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Butler.
I was going to put my hand up, sorry, thank you. So my questions were actually going to be along the same lines as Councillor Dubanow, your worship, but I do have a question with respect to number 4, because I do sit on the Heritage Committee, and the trees have been brought up on several occasions for heritage designation because they are long-standing trees of considerable age. So I don't, well, let me put this in a question so that I'm not making comments. Sure. I wonder then, since they have been there for a considerable length of time, are you opposed to seeing that through and having a licensed arborist then come and take a look at that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we dispute that, but what I'm saying as part of this process, which is to demolish the building, the trees are not associated with what the application has been made in the authority under the Ontario Heritage Act. If we want to go down that road, no, we can. And what I'm saying is that would be a separate process and not be part of this process. That's kind of for another day, is what I'm suggesting. And I'm not trying to say that should be done or shouldn't be done, and whether it would be designated or not that way. I'm just saying that's a different process.
Your worship, I just have one last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if this was going to be a different process, do we have the assurances from your client that he would or they would comply with that process?
Through Mr. Mayor, I can't speak for my client as it relates to that. So that's the only answer I can give you, to be honest.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, just one question. So, if all things were left the same, and we didn't, come to the conclusion that what you want is feasible, maybe you can explain to me how this affects your client one way or another if we don't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the property would likely remain in a derelict state that is uninhabitable, that the municipality has imposed a property standards bylaw order. We're trying to comply with your order, but the cost to do all of this, and I understand the town also sought this out, I don't know if the information was ever obtained, but the cost to do all of this work far exceeds the value of the property. So in terms of a practical decision, it probably would remain in a derelict state, and this problem would just carry on. And we don't want to do that.
Okay, so everyone has had an opportunity to ask questions. I've got a few questions, Mr. Maloney.
Yes.
Starting with, you made reference to the condition of the house when your client purchased it. You're relying entirely on the advice that your client has given you?
No, there was a report that was prepared by an engineering firm that reviewed the property and determined that a lot of the structural issues would have predated our client's ownership, and not necessarily, and would have been as a result of features of construction of the building. And then we use the north-south versus east-west construction of the building. That happened perhaps 100 years ago, and that's why that was the source of a lot of the problems.
And the architect first, the engineer first saw this property in, was it 2020 or 2021?
Mr. Mayor, I think it was 2021, whatever the date, the first report is, I think it had it in there.
In terms of the condition of the building itself, aside from the structural defects that he detected, he indicates that he was relying, he did not see the property, and he was relying upon the information provided to him by your client as to the condition in 2006 when he acquired it.
No, Mr. Mayor, what he did was he concluded that, and I can take you to the report if you'd like. This is Appendix 1. There's a report dated December 22nd, 2021, and he looks at 4 different features of the building, and maybe just for ease of reference, number 3 and 4, the brick, so number 3, south wall, the brick on the south side of the addition is bowing extensively. This does not appear to be from water damage, suggesting that the foundation or brick replacement have deteriorated due to poor workmanship rather than neglect. Number 4, the brick bowing out on the front also appears to be a long-standing issue that has deteriorated over time. So those are things that he looked at. It wasn't sort of hearsay evidence, as you and I would call it, but it was a situation where he looked at the construction of the building and said, these are the reasons why you have this deterioration, you know, the water damage and the bay window, the west addition, and it's because of those structural issues that by virtue of the way it was built, pre-existed our client's ownership. So it wasn't just hearing from what my client had to say.
No, I gather that, but in terms of the actual condition of the property when your client acquired it, the engineer would have been reliant upon your client giving him advice as to what the condition was, irregardless of the structure, what the condition of the floor might have been, what interior, what the staircase might have looked like, what the ceiling might have looked like. That's my understanding.
No, I think it was he goes back saying it's something over time, a longer period of time, that it wasn't necessarily at the time of acquisition of the property. These are historical problems that maybe occurred 100 years ago, because the building's 168 years old and our guy has only owned it for 15.
And do you know if there was someone living in the house in 2006 immediately prior to the time when your client purchased the property?
I don't know that they were living there at the moment, but I know someone was living there when it was in the condition that it is now. He said there was raccoons living in the second floor where she lived.
Mr. Maloney, you know what I'm talking about, and I don't think you need to provide that type of answer. We're talking about people, we're not talking about animals.
No,
we're
I'm
talking
saying
about prior to 2005. So when he bought the house, there were animals living in the house?
Along with an individual.
How much did your client pay for the property?
I can get the title search, Mr. Mayor, but I don't know.
Do you have any idea roughly?
No. I can find it real quick. I don't want to say it unless I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay, and there was an order made, this order was made in June of 2019?
Yes.
And we're now in 2022, and you know that your client has been here at least on one occasion making representations to this council about what he was going to do about the property.
Yeah, I understand that was, and I think he was here to work with the town, and I think he found himself in a hot seat.
Well, I guess between 2006 and 2019, when the order was made, do you have any idea how much money your client actually expended on the property?
A dollar value, I don't know, but he absolutely did have a contractor do work inside, do work outside.
Well, I'm confident that when your client bought the property, there were floors in the house. And the photographs that we've seen and your client's own advice to us in September of 2020 were that he had removed flooring. Mm-hmm. And the report from the engineer that the town hired has suggested that may have been a problem in terms of some of the water leakage, I think, on the bay window. Did you read that?
Well, the property standards order deals with the exterior of the building, and that's I think what our engineer was focused on. I don't know how to comment on that.
Right. So do you know the extent of the restoration work, if any, that your client did between 2006 and 2019?
Again, I don't have a dollar amount, but I know that work was done.
Do you know what work was done?
There was work, and it was more in the interior.
You know what interior work?
There was work on shoring up the ceiling in the one living room. There was he did take out the flooring, and there was joists put in. Again, the way that it was constructed, it was not done to proper standards. But again, you're talking about a 168-year-old building.
All right. So we do know that he removed the wide floor planking, that he took down the tin roofing, and that he took the staircase, banister, and railings down.
No, not all of that.
Well, he indicated that he did, and he indicated that he's got all of that material, or at least he did in September of 2020. Do you know if he still has the material?
Well, I know the railing is up and the banister going down the stairs because I was in the building.
Okay. And do you know if the other material is still there?
Sorry, the tin roof still exists. I don't know about the whole building, but it's still there as well. The flooring, it was removed on one side, but I don't know if that's still there. It's a mess.
And do you know if your client spent any money on repairs of any sort from 2005 to 2019?
There was some money spent on repairs.
Do you know what repairs he did?
No, I don't know the dollar amount. There were efforts made on it would be the north landing there. Again, it got to the point where it was like a money pit, and he kept on putting money into it. And so the expanse of what he wanted to do with the property was limited because he kept on putting money into it, and it wasn't. He needed to put more and more in order to bring it up to property standards.
Right. So interestingly enough, Mr. Long never advised us how much money he's put into the property, and he apparently hasn't told his lawyer how much money he put into the property. He hasn't told you, has he?
No, he has not told me the dollar amount, but I know he was putting money into it, and it got to the point where it became a money pit.
Right. And has he done anything by way of repairs since June of 2019 when the property standards order was issued?
I don't know.
And he definitely hasn't repaired the roof. Can we agree on that?
You're right, he hasn't repaired the roof.
There's some reference to there being financial issues that required him to keep the building vacant. Do you know what his financial issues were?
Well, I think in order to make it a habitable building, he would have had to spend a considerable amount of money. We even asked the engineer if he would even give a ballpark figure, and he was not prepared to do it because it was so high. So the financial issues is largely not being able to afford all of the work that was necessary. The building's assessed at $220,000, and I think the conclusion we got from the engineer was that it would be in excess of that.
The property right now is assessed at $220,000?
Yes.
And when your client purchased the property, do you know if he obtained any information as to what the cost might be to restore the building?
No, I think he went into it unaware of the entire cost of it all. But, okay.
So without knowing what he might be buying, he bought this I guess it would have been a 150-year-old house by then, and saw that it was in rough shape, bought the property, and then did some work, and for years and years it just sat vacant. That's, I guess, the story.
Yes.
And I don't know what Mr. Long does for a living. I don't know whether it's...
He's a social worker. He's a social worker. I indicated that earlier.
Okay. And I don't know if his wife works or not, so I have no idea what their income might be or what their other financial obligations might be. Do you have any knowledge of that without telling us?
No, but Mr. Mayor, what we're saying is that the state of this building is in such a serious state of neglect, which predated his ownership, that regardless of how much his wife makes or some of these other questions, the fact of the matter is the building is in such a state of disrepair that it needs to be demolished. And that was an option given to us by your property standards order, which we were asking essentially to do by virtue of the need to apply for this.
Well, the impression that you can answer this question. The impression that council is being left with is that here's an individual that acquired a property of some historic significance in the town that we represent, and over a lengthy period of time didn't do much to try to restore or repair the building, but did have in mind a plan to sever the property. And this looks like...
I don't think that's before us, is it?
Pardon?
That's not before this committee.
I'm telling you what the impression is that your client is
Okay,
leaving this council
not-
with,
fair
based on previous reports and based on the information that he's provided to our staff. And has done nothing that would respond to a 2019 property standards order, and has allowed the property to continue to deteriorate during that period of time, all with a view of where we are today. That is, requesting and obtaining a permit to demolish the property. That's what this council, I think, is being left with the impression of. How would you disabuse us of that?
As I said, we have an engineer's report that says a lot of these issues predated our client's ownership of the property, and the cost of rectifying those inherited structural issues and problems is too expensive or too high. And that's what I'm saying to you is this is not something where it was just, and that's why we had this December report done. It wasn't necessarily due to his neglect, is because it was a 150-year-old building at the time that had some serious structural issues.
So, has your client ascertained what the cost would be to actually do any of the restoration or even replication of what existed at the time he purchased the property? Has he gone to the trouble of finding out what the cost might be?
We spoke to that specifically to the engineer, and he said he would not give a specific amount. He said you'd have to retain someone who would actually go ahead and do the work to do that, but he said the cost would be exorbitant.
Well, what does exorbitant mean?
I think the suggestion was the assessed value of the property would exceed that. But I don't have numbers, Mr. Mayor, so I don't want to go down that road.
So if the property is assessed at $220,000, why wouldn't your client simply sell the property if it would cost more to comply with the property standards order? Why wouldn't your client consider selling it?
Well, I think there was one attempt or one contact that was made of him who wanted to subdivide the property and develop it. That was not something that he wanted to do, and he felt the number that was provided by that individual was a lowball effort. Other than that, I don't think he's had any other contact, and essentially what you'd be doing is selling a property that has no value because of the need to do all the work on the property.
So your understanding is there's been one party that your client has had some discussion with about him selling this property?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen any of the correspondence between those two parties?
No, but we talked about it specifically today.
Okay, so I'm looking at an email that is in response to a question that I asked of a woman named Lisa Palmer, who had expressed interest to me about acquiring this property. This email to me says, the last time I spoke with Mr. Long was to discuss an offer to purchase. He wanted $700,000 for the purchase, as is, where is. He's basing his number on land value and the opportunity for severance, which I have zero interest in. I offered $500,000 at the time. From my perspective, I know the full restoration will take 2 years, and the cost is likely to exceed $400,000 to return it to a functioning single-family home. Has your client shared any of that with you?
No, he hasn't. Mr. Mayor, I think we're losing focus of what we're asking for. We're asking for that this property or this building be demolished. And now you're cross-examining me on an email that you received from an individual. We're losing sight of what we're asking for.
Mr. Maloney, you've appeared here today as a delegate on behalf of your client.
Yes, I have.
I asked you a question which is completely contradictory to what your client is telling you. At least it sounds like it is. And it's not dissimilar to some of the stuff your client told us when he appeared before us. And so I guess my question would be, do you think that the value, that there's some value of history and heritage in a community for old buildings of this nature, in a general sense?
I absolutely do. Buildings that have been maintained over the years, no doubt about that.
And I would think if this was going on in Port Colborne, it would probably be somewhat distressing to you. You grew up in Port Colborne, which is where Mr. Long is from, but he's not from Ridgeway and he's not from Fort Erie. So I would presume that you have some understanding of what our concern is here. I presume you do?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. Did your client, does he or did he provide you with any photographs of the condition of the property when he acquired it in 2006?
No.
And I believe that you understand that our Heritage Standing Committee is an advisory committee. So it provides us with advice.
Absolutely.
Which we can accept or not accept.
Yes.
Do you know if your client has had the property appraised at any time since 2019? Nope. And my understanding is, and I think you've confirmed it, that no one has really occupied this property since at least 2006.
That's my understanding.
Okay, I have no other questions. Any questions, Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, to Mr. Maloney. At some point, I'm trying to remember a bit, because it has come before council in the past. At some point, if my recall is correct, and it may not be, is that at one point did Mr. Long not have a historic, like a contractor that did some historic restoration involved in, I'm not saying anything formal, but informal discussions and walkthroughs for this property?
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't know of anyone that had those qualifications. He did have someone who was doing the work, the contracting work, but I don't know that he had those designations or the qualifications.
If I can try, I don't think it was an actual designation, just someone who had experience, like a contractor who worked on older buildings in the past. But anyway, one of the things in the report also says is that the museum staff, if it is going to be demolished, that the museum staff have an opportunity of collecting anything that they thought would be of value of historic nature. Is Mr. Long willing to go along with that without charging, like, okay, I want, $100 for this piece of tin roof, and I want, $100 for each spindle of the banister?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that right from the get-go, we thought that was a good option because there are interior items that still existed that could possibly be restored by somebody else.
And they would be provided at no cost, not provided, but there wouldn't be any charge for the...
To my knowledge, he absolutely had no intention of making a buck off that.
Okay. My next question, if I can continue, one last question. There has been, in the town, we have a tax subsidy for historic buildings. Do you know if Mr. Long took advantage of that tax subsidy
I don't believe
the last several years?
Sorry, through Mr. Mayor, I don't believe he has.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other councillors? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Redekop. Thank you very much. Very informative. You said that your client and his wife realized that this was no more than a money pit. And when did they realize that it turned into a money pit?
I think, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think they always felt that they could try to work through it, but then as the more they got through it, were doing the work, the more they realized it became more and more money. I think it was just more recently that they said, enough is enough, we're giving up on it, and that's when we were retained to complete this process.
Would that be before the engineer?
About November of 2021 is when we were retained. So
That's when they decided it was a money pit?
No, I think they had already determined it was a money pit. That's when they decided that they were going to choose a second option.
When did they decide it was a money pit?
I think they, as I'm saying, through Mr. Mayor, I think throughout the process, they believed that it was getting expensive and expensive. It became
2010, 2008?
I don't know.
They don't know?
No, I don't know. I'm saying it always cost a lot of money.
And he never considered selling it after he found out and he realized this is a money pit? Is that when he decided, I'm not doing any more to it, I'm just going to let it fall apart?
No, I think through Mr. Mayor, he made the decision that he was going to choose the options under the Property Standards Act, which was to demolish the building. I understand he had also had considerable discussions with the town's chief building official, who was also, saying, you do have the option of demolishing it as well. Again, under the Property Standards Act order.
You said that he'd done some work on it. Maybe the mayor asked this questions, I can't remember, but when was the last time he did repairs?
I think it would have been in 2021. It was when the contractor was still there. So that's when he would have stopped.
He did repairs?
The interior repairs, yes. I think he was doing some stuff on the outside. That's why they did say that earlier.
And my recollection of the property is it's been deteriorating for the last 10 years. I haven't seen repairs being done to it. I don't know where the repairs came from. He was repairing the place when
there were repairs being made. As I said, predominantly in the interior. And I understand that he invited council to come see it so that you could get a first-hand look of some of that. And when you go into it, there's flooring there. There's stuff that was purchased for the purposes of renovating it.
And that was in 2021.
It's there now.
And then 2021, the engineer told him it wasn't.
Yes, that's when
all these things were before he bought it. Okay.
Mr. Maloney, just to add to your discomfort, this is, and I apologize, you're the messenger.
This is why I'm here. Because he was in the hot seat last time.
Believe me, I've been in your position many times in the past. But on page 37 of this lengthy report, where the staff goes through the timeline, they talk about, in March, April of last year, they talk about Mr. Long advising our staff that he was engaged with a party interested in purchasing and restoring the property, but after 3 weeks, the purchaser backed away due to the restoration not being economically feasible. That's the person, I'm confident, who sent the email that I quoted to you from, but you're not aware of that.
I can't speak to what you're telling me, because I haven't seen that email, no.
Yeah, but you've seen the report, so you're familiar with the fact that staff relates that they were told this by Mr. Long, that the purchaser backed away because it wasn't going to be economically feasible to do the restoration. I guess the possibility is that it was a different person, in which case he didn't refer this person to staff. In any event, thank you very much for the time that you've spent here answering our questions, and it's nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. It's 8:24. How about if we come back at 8:30? back. Sorry, we're back at it. Does anyone wish any item removed from the consent agenda? If not, then Councillor Lubberts, you have the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council approves the consent agenda items as recommended.
Are there any items in the consent agenda that anyone has any questions on? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. In regards to A, under board and committee minutes, the Municipal Heritage Standing Committee, there was a talk about the tax subsidy, increasing it to, I think, 40% of the tax and things like that. There was also something in the report, too, about a $50,000 that council put aside in a supplemental budget this last time we did the budget for grants, which I think it's matching and up to a maximum of a certain amount of money. So I know we don't have that report yet for the criteria, but would this mean that the person could, and I did talk to Mr. Jansen about this, if a person's house was worth $500,000 and was designated as historic, he could get, or they could get a approximately $1,300 rebate each year for the tax subsidy. Would they also then qualify to apply for the grant portion also?
Mr. Jansen, do you know how that works?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Noyes. The heritage tax rebate program is separate from the other proposed grant program. It was brought forward during the 2022 budget as a supplementary item. The program, I know we've had some staff turnover, but that's expected to come forward sometime in the first half of this year, or once that new employee is up to speed. So any kind of the grant would be separate from the tax rebating program.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you for that explanation. I guess just going on that, I'm trying to recall whether if someone has a designation on their property and are taking advantage of the subsidy, and I have no problem with that, can they still refuse to have an inspection done in regard to the heritage features of their property, or is that now automatic if they're taking advantage of the subsidy?
Well, I believe it's automatic. Mr. Jansen, is that one of the criteria, one of the conditions?
Through you, Mayor, I would have to refer to planning. They are the group that does review the applications. The finance does process them and calculate the tax rebates. But in terms of their annual processes with that, I would refer to planning.
Mr. Hurlovich, can you help us out on that?
Sure, and I have Signe Hansen with me as well, who has been serving as our interim advisor to the Heritage Committee. So
What does she wear?
She wears many hats. So in essence, typically the tax rebate is subject to an agreement with the municipality, which would outline the reasons that the building is receiving that tax rebate. I don't know if that totally answers your question.
And that would include an inspection to ensure that the heritage aspects are continuing?
Well, I would like to think that's what the agreement would be speaking to, yeah, so.
And I see Ms. Hanson is nodding behind.
If the veranda at the front of the house is part of the attributes, then you can't tear that off and think that you should get the rebate.
Right.
But they could come in and get the grant to restore the veranda and double dip.
Right. Councillor Noyes?
Thank you. That's enough on that one. On other communication item C, the Crystal Beach Business Improvement Area Board of Management, just some questions. In regards to the supper market and the farmers market, they refer to a timeline, and they're referring to, I think they refer to Thursday for the supper market, and they refer to Sunday but then they have a time like from June to, let's say, September, whatever. They're only saying it's Thursdays and Sundays, not the entire time, right?
Right.
It's not every day.
Yeah, it's Thursday evenings.
Okay. And the supper market, it's being held on town property. No alcohol can be served at that?
So there's, I'm going to be raising that, but since you've raised it, this came up during the land committee the other day, and there's some confusion among the policies. We have a bylaw that prohibits alcohol in parks and facilities that are identified, but then there's some delegations of authorities, and there's been some confusion over that. So over the years, there have been permissions granted for particularly the BIAs to obtain liquor licenses for some of their activities that are actually on municipal properties, parks, what have you. So I was going to raise that later this evening because there is an event that the Crystal Beach BIA needs to get a approval for a license for an event that they've held in the same location before. And I'm also going to be asking staff to provide us with recommendations on how we tidy up the bylaw and the policy relative to that.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I asked the question. The other one in regards to that was also about a shuttle service, because parking is an issue at the waterfront park. And they also, so I'm just wondering, they're asking in the minutes, it said that they're hoping that the town's going to pay for the shuttle service. Do we have any idea what? I think this is just preliminary. It's just up for discussion at this point. They're not making a formal request, and we're not saying yay or nay.
Yeah, this was their effort to get before the Economic Development and Tourism Services, their list of events that they're planning on having, because they want to get approvals that are required. So there's a whole bunch of things here that still need to be followed up on. Obviously, we can't commit to something that we don't know the cost of or what the implications would be, so that there would be further information coming.
Thank you. So one more question on another minute on the Community Healthcare Services Committee. The NPHA, which is a Niagara Practitioners Healthcare Alliance, we're a delegate at that meeting. I'm reading between the lines. From what I gather from the minutes is that the NPHA is not currently involved or invited to the Ontario Health teams. And they want to be.
Yeah, what they're trying to do is establish a voice for all of the physicians in Niagara. And I think that the Niagara Ontario Health team is still in the process of being developed, and part of the development is this initiative by the physicians to create the NHPA. So there was some, it's in its nascent stages, let me say that. So there's still a lot of work, but the intention is to try to create the link between the Niagara Health team and the physicians. This is an effort to do that, and so they've been doing outreach.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll be interested to see how this works through, because I think there may be a lot of competition for the almighty dollars. There's 57 partners already in the Ontario Health team, or is it 47?
Well, a lot. How many ever there are, there's a lot.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other councillors? If not, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. That then takes us to reports. And Councillor Dubanow, you have the first resolution with respect to 477 Ridge Road.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council does not require the applicant to provide additional information or material, my apologies, it's PDS 13-2022. It's the application to demolish the building at 477 Ridge Road North, and the resolution is that council does not require the applicant to provide additional information or material in relation to the application under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act and/or the heritage permit application to demolish the designated building at 477 Ridge Road North. And further, that council authorizes staff to notify the applicant that the application is complete. And further, council receives the recommendation of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee in relation to the application. And further, that council consents to and approves the application subject to conditions outlined in Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee recommendation.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow, I'll let you go first because you put the motion on the floor, and then Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be remiss if I said I wasn't, if I didn't mention I was incredibly disappointed that we've reached this point yet again. I'm not going to support this, and I'm going to outline my reasons why. When I look to the city of Hamilton, it is a city that has some incredibly rich built heritage. You got the Lister Block, you've got a lot of old stone buildings. It has some incredible architectural heritage that has been preserved in that city. What many don't realize is that that city has lost more than it still has, despite its rich architectural heritage it has now. They ripped down an entire section of that city to put in what they call the super block, which is around Jackson Square. They extended York Road in through there. I mean, you know, back in the 60s, everyone was looking at progress, looking at the automobile, trying to, you know, what the future was going to be. I don't fault individuals back then looking to the future, but, you know, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. And when I look here in Fort Erie, I'm aware that there are other heritage buildings here in town that are in terrible condition, but they have been purchased by owners who knew what they were getting into, who have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, well in excess of the assessed value of the property, to essentially bring those properties and those buildings back up to a form that can be occupied, because they understand that architectural heritage is important and it's a benefit for the community, and it can also be used to generate income. You know, they become a tourist attraction. These buildings had holes in roofs, you know, all sorts of stuff that, you know, if they didn't get attention to, they would have been falling apart. And we have other owners here in town who own homes they live in, don't use them for business. I spoke with members of the Heritage Committee who did a walkthrough recently as part of the property tax rebate, and mentioning what one owner, the amount of money they put in to replicate pillars and to restore the roof, and they even added an addition to the house, and they went out of their way to ensure that the addition they put on, they brought in special architects and did all this. When you get involved in a heritage property, it's not as simple as just buying the house and hoping everything works out. You need to know what you're getting into, and I appreciate what Mr. Long has said, and, you know, maybe I think his exact words when he met with us, and don't quote me, well, I'm going to mention it, and we can go back and look at the record, but I think he said he may have bitten off more than he could chew. I appreciate that, but at the same time, I can't vote for this, to tear this building down. I just can't. Maybe that's the wrong decision, maybe it isn't, but I just can't. I see what other individuals are doing in town with these properties. We had an individual who would be interested in purchasing this property and restoring it. There may still be an option for that, because that was after the last time we had received a demolition permit that this individual came up. Perhaps there are those individuals out there again. I'm not ready to throw in the towel on this. So, Your Worship, I'm not going to be supporting this. I will be voting no, and I'd actually like to get a recorded vote on this if I can, Your Worship.
Sure. Madam Clerk, you've made note of that. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm going to support this because I think it's very unfortunate that we've got to this point, but it is what it is. We can wish it to be different, but it's not. I don't think Mr. Long, when he purchased it, he probably did it with the best intentions. And you know what they say about the road to best intentions. The other concern I have is that is the conditions, I think Mr. Maloney explained it very well, is that there is no heritage feature once the building is demolished, other than the fact that this is where Mr. Zavitz lived or worked or whatever. So if you don't drop those 3 conditions, it says in the report, he's going to bring it to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and I don't know how we would defend the need to have number 2, 3, and 4, the tree, is that 5, whichever, the 3 conditions on there, and really be able to justify it before the Ontario Land Tribunal and expect to win. I mean, the building's gone. The trees were never part of the designation. I don't think we would win. I think we might go through the motion because, I don't know, because of, are more punitive than realistic, to be perfectly honest. So I will support this, and I will be making a motion that we do drop is it 2, 3, and I did write it down. 2, 3, and 4, that we do drop those 3 conditions. But I'll wait for everybody to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I sat with the committee when this was discussed, and their letter quite frankly states that they reluctantly agreed to allow it to be demolished, and I happen to agree with Councillor Noyes and Councillor Dubanow, who has the opposing viewpoint, that it's a shame that it got to this state, and there are other homes that are being renovated right now. One is on the Garrison Road, which is coming to life, and that was in really, really bad shape. So that's being restored, and I can't remember who was the individual that owned that one prior to, but, and then there's one also on Ridge Road at 348 that is being renovated as well. So when they say that they can't do it, I find it difficult to believe that they can't, especially when the Garrison Road one, and I went through that one, had gaping holes in the roof and through the side, and it was just a mess. But I do understand that in this situation, this particular home will not be properly attended to, and it will become more dilapidated and more dangerous for anybody who tries to venture inside. So I'm a bit torn, but I wonder, Your Worship, if we could get clarification on one thing with respect to the house, where Councillor Noyes brought up sections 2, 3, and 4. If we can get clarification as to why those 3 points were made important by the committee.
Ms. Hanson, can you respond to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I can address those, and I'll speak on behalf of the committee and the discussion that they had. They felt, and I think staff believes as well, that if a heritage designation exists on the property, which is what is being recommended here, the Ontario Heritage Act provides for a heritage impact assessment and perhaps a heritage permit application to determine whether any future development will have an impact on the heritage designation on the property. So even though the house is gone and those specific attributes are gone, there still will remain a heritage designation on the property. Perhaps someone would come along and want to sever the property into a number of pieces. Will that have an impact on the heritage designation that remains on the property? So that's what a heritage impact assessment will determine, and that will provide guidance to staff and to council in making a decision on future development. With respect to number 4, in terms of the request for a licensed arborist, the committee believes that there are older trees on that property. They don't know how old the trees are, but they are interested to find out whether those trees have any relationship to Edmund Zabbits, whether they're of an age that he may have planted them or may have some connection to him or his family's history. So that was the motivation for that request, is to determine if any of those trees have a relationship to him and hence the heritage designation on that property. Does that answer your questions? Okay.
It does, thank you. Your worship, that is why I'm going to support the report for demolition and also support the contents within made by the committee.
Anyone else? Councillor McDermott, can I? Okay, Councillor Lubberts, you go ahead, and then Councillor McDermott, if you're not going to speak, maybe I can hand the chair to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I don't think I can support this report. Having listening and talking about this property over the last little while, my conclusion is Mr. Long made a mistake when he bought the property, and it seems to me he's reluctant to admit that he made a mistake, and over the years he's made mistake after mistake, and I'm not going to contribute to the next mistake. If we don't protect our history and protect our heritage in this town, I don't think we got a future. So I strongly believe, and I have faith in people in this community, somebody will come forward and bring that property to something that is worthy of heritage. They will renovate. They will go in there and do what needs to be done. I've seen it over and over again when people have taken something that was worthless and turned it into a jewel. So I don't know why Mr. Long is reluctant to sell the property. I mean, his lawyer sat here and said that it was worth, someone told him it was worth $240,000. And Mayor Redekop says that he's got an email, someone would be willing to pay $500,000. Why are you so reluctant? What is the reasoning to be reluctant? I don't get it. But that's Mr. Long's choice. He owns the property. But we also have heritage in our community that we own, and I'm not willing to give it up as much as he's not willing to give up. So I won't support this.
Thank you. Councillor McDermott, can I hand the chair to you?
Yes, Your Worship, go ahead.
Thank you. So I had a question, and the question was, is there, according to the Property Standards Act, at one point we had given Mr. Long a suspension of penalties, but those were then reinstated. And do we have any idea as to how much might be outstanding on those, or are they being added to the taxes?
Mr. Hurlbut?
Penalties would amount to.
Okay, if I might, Mr. Chair, I know that there's about $23,000 in outstanding taxes. I wonder if Mr. Jansen would have any information as to how far back those tax arrears go and whether part of them are AMPs.
Mr. Jansen?
So I was looking it up here just moments ago to see how far back we would go. It would be unusual for us to, in my experience at least, to share too much of the details of that. There is information that we would in this public context share, but I think that would be a discussion not for public. And we do have certain processes in place for longer outstanding taxes related to registration and public sale, but I wouldn't want to comment on that publicly at this point.
Back to you, Your Worship.
Fair enough. I understand the figure is 23,000 and how far back it goes, that's fine, we can talk about that. I appreciate the comments that were made by council for Mr. and Mrs. Long. The problem that I've got is very similar to the one expressed by Councillor Lubberts and Councillor Dubanow. We have history and heritage in this community, and we've lost a lot of heritage. For, if one thinks about some of the fantastic architecture in this community that has burned down, literally, whether it's the old Canadian Niagara Power Building, whether it's the old Fort Erie Hotel that was at the corner of King and Garrison Road, whether it was some of the marvelous schools that were torn down to be replaced by other schools or other buildings. Not to mention, the Odd Fellows Hall in downtown Ridgeway that also burned down, and all the hotels that have burned down after the paintings were removed. We do have some architectural heritage still in this community, and I know that the committee is working hard. And it was only until very recently that this council decided that we would take a more active role in trying to protect our heritage. So instead of hoping that people would be cooperative and wanting to have their properties designated, I think we've made the decision that maybe sometimes we have to act to make sure that we protect our own heritage. Councillor Butler, you were probably referring to the Crookshank property, and there's some issues there as well, but that's a perfect example of a piece of property that I think will be restored. The engineering reports here do say that if you were inclined, you could throw in the towel. They do say that, but they also say that this building could be restored or replicated, and it would be very expensive to do that. And we know we have some idea because the person whose email I quoted is very familiar with restoring buildings, and she put a figure of $400,000 last fall. So we know that it would be expensive. The idea that the property is assessed at $220,000 and that's what it's worth, that's kind of a red herring, because I happen to have greater confidence in the information I've received from Lisa Palmer than the information that we've received from Mr. Long, simply because Mr. Long has already proven in the past that some of the representations he's made aren't particularly reliable. Some of the things that he's said he would do, he's not actually carried out. And it's pretty clear that at some point he concluded that he would not put money in, and it could be because he didn't have money. Maybe he didn't have the money to put into this building, and that's fine. I don't know what he paid for the property. He's presumably paid some taxes over the period of time from 2005 to at least 2019, and on the assessed value, $220,000 up until about a year and a half ago was pretty reasonable price for a house. So he's paid those taxes. He's now being penalized and has decided that maybe some of the penalties can't be paid. I don't know what his long-term plan is, but I do know that I don't support his approach to this. I'm very uncomfortable with the way this has all unfolded. We're talking about a property standards order that was issued almost 3 years ago, and it's basically been a stalling effort since June of 2019. Nothing really has been done to this property since then, and you don't have to be punitive to want to try to protect the history and heritage of your community. I wouldn't support, Councillor Noyes, a removal of items 1, 2, 3, and 4 from this. I think it's academic because I fully expect that if we were to turn down either the amendment to remove those conditions, or if we were to turn down the application entirely, I expect that it would be appealed. And I think we then have to rely upon the body of evidence that's been accumulated over the years by our staff with respect to their interactions with the property owner and the response of the property owner to the property standard. thing. You know, the notion that this property was decrepit in 2006, I don't know for sure because I didn't see the property, but I, as Councillor Lubberts has said, drove by that property frequently, sometimes on a daily basis because it's on the same road that my law office is on. So I'm not unfamiliar with the property, and it's only been recently that it's really started to deteriorate. No effort made to try to address any of the worst aspects of deterioration. Some of the photographs that are contained in the report show that there were some things that could have been done, weren't done. You know, Mr. Long has indicated he wanted to cooperate and be facilitative of some of the requirements for restoring this property. That hasn't panned out. And maybe that's, as I said before, maybe he doesn't have the financial resources to do that. So I'm not going to support the report. I'm not going to support removing the conditions from that were recommended by the Municipal Heritage Standing Committee, if it gets to that. But I would like to move my own amendment at some point, and since Councillor Noyes put her hand up first to speak, I think her amendment should be considered first. When we get to me, if we get to me, it's going to be that we, I guess I should ask Ms. Hanson, if I might, Chair, about this, about the first two paragraphs, about the application being complete. That's a formality, I presume, under the Heritage Act.
Ms. Hanson?
Application has not been.
Well, the only information I think that really is missing is the address of the applicant. It shows as Port Colborne, doesn't have a street address. And I mean, because we know he's not living at 477 Ridge Road, and he didn't provide a telephone number. Aside from that, I suppose we can safely go ahead and consider this to be a complete application. Is that the advice of staff?
Your Worship. Address and phone number.
I see. So I wouldn't know where Mr. Long lives. Okay, that's fair enough, and I appreciate that clarification. So then, the second paragraph, if I might share, and I'd like to ask Ms. Hanson this as well. The second paragraph, which talks about the council authorizing staff to notify the applicant that the application is complete, and further council receives the recommendations of the museum, blah, 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 blah. Should that be receives for information? If we're not going to be approving this? In other words, if we were to amend this to deny the application, should we be receiving the recommendations from the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee for information?
Yep.
Okay, so
That works.
we can get to that later on. So that answers the questions that I had. And yeah, just my final comment. If Mr. Long isn't interested in our history and heritage, and we're not interested in our history and heritage, who the heck is? I think we have to be, and I agree entirely with Councillor Lubberts and Councillor Dubanow on this. And I appreciate this is a difficult issue, and I appreciate Councillor Noyes' comment that it is what it is. It is what it is, but it doesn't have to be. It can be something else, and I think that I think we should stand firm for that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just got a couple of questions that came up while we're, as far as the tree arborist, that was one of the conditions that they would go in there. And legal counsel has advised that that's not part of the heritage process. But I guess the question is, can that be part of the building phase if there's new construction? That can we insist that any trees be saved?
Were you directing your question to Councillor?
I'm directing that to the one that can answer it.
Mr. Hurlbut?
Maybe a little late to seek a arborist report once the building is down and they maybe immediately proceed to remove trees at the same time.
I'm not seeing where you're going because it's part of the report, is it not?
Well,
To have an
So-
arborist go in and,
yeah, so council needs to turn its mind to whether or not it wants to impose that condition or not. If you don't impose the condition, then I suppose they could cut the trees tomorrow.
no, but I'm saying if they were to build new, if we agreed that if this passes tonight, that gives them the okay to go ahead, right?
And do what?
To demolish.
Yes,
But it doesn't give them permission to cut any trees down.
not if that condition remains.
No, because, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay.
So what my question is when the building stage starts, if they're going to the point where they're gonna build a house there, can we stipulate in the building permit stage that the trees stay, whichever trees the arborist says need to stay? Can we do that?
Well, typically that would happen through a site plan process. If it's just going to be a single-family house, typically we would not impose, well, the site plan bylaw does not apply to single detached dwellings, so we may not be able to impose that, but we're basically asking that they study that if the condition stays in.
Well, then maybe you need to ask Ms. Hanson if we can do it through the Heritage Act.
Well, that's a possibility. You want to speak to that? Certainly, the town has designated trees under the Heritage Act in the past. So if it was found through that arborist report that they were significant, the recommendation from the Heritage Committee could be that they be designated, and then council could turn its mind to whether or not they chose to designate those trees or not.
Okay, thanks. And second question, they talked about, the legal counsel talked about the heritage features. If you tore the building down, you lose the heritage of the house and you lose all the heritage features of the house. But I guess my question is to Signe, under the Heritage Act, and you said something about a heritage impact or something. I'm not too familiar with the whole process, but if they were to build something new, could we impose under the Heritage Act that they incorporate some of the heritage features in the new build?
Ms. Hanson?
Is that a possibility?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the Heritage Impact Assessment is a study that determines whether the proposed new development will have an impact on the heritage designation that remains on the property. So even attributes, the committee, the Heritage Committee, would like the heritage designation to remain on the property. It gets, I think, more difficult once you start looking at a building permit the building permit is issued pursuant to the Ontario Building Act. And that doesn't allow for provisions such as requiring designation of a tree or requiring certain heritage elements be maintained and whatnot. So I think it's really at this point where if council wants to impose conditions, this would be the most appropriate time unless we want to consider site plan control. And I think Alex mentioned that is an opportunity, but that also gets a little bit more complicated when you're just looking at single detached.
Okay, that helps me solidify my decision. Thank you.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Just a few questions. Sydney sat down. The trees that are there, today. They're not designated. So if they wanted to, they could chop them down tomorrow. Is anything stopping them from chopping them down tomorrow? I see Sydney shaking her head saying no, they can chop them down tomorrow. And in a wider sense, if there is a tree in town that we think is historic in nature, do we ask the owner of the tree to pay for the arborist, or does the town arborist go and decide, or whatever? Who picks up the bill for that?
Ms. Hanson?
With respect to designation of heritage trees, it can be prompted by an owner or it can be prompted by the Heritage Committee. In the past, the Heritage Committee has pursued trees on town property, and in that case, they come to the owner, just like they would a heritage building, ask whether the owner is interested in designation, and then they undertake the necessary study to determine whether it is in fact a heritage tree, whether it would be appropriate for heritage designation. So in the case of a private property owner, whether it be a building or a tree, they would turn to the private property owner and ask whether they would be interested in the designation. Typically, the research is done by the Heritage Committee. In this case, with respect to a licensed arborist, I think they would be hoping that a property owner would help to assist in that process.
Thanks for that explanation. If I can continue. So I don't think I had a really clear answer. So if there is a tree on my property that looks to be very old and very historic, and somebody says, well, Anne Marie, don't you think we should save this tree and get it designated because it's a lovely tree? I would pay for the arborist, or would the Heritage Committee pay for the, and I said, no, I think it's a great idea. Send anybody you want, come and look at the tree. I would love to know the history of it. Who would pay for that?
I guess we haven't dealt with this on private property yet. I suspect that it could, the Heritage Committee would ask if the owner was interested in assisting in that. If they didn't, the Heritage Committee might choose to pursue that on their own, so to pay for it. Having said that, that is in a different context, what we're considering tonight. Right now, they are looking at a situation where there's a request to remove a heritage designated building, and they are looking for opportunities to maintain the heritage designation on the property and looking for opportunities to recognize the history of that property, even in the absence of the house.
Thank you for that explanation. I understand that all. If the tree isn't part of the designation, I don't know how we can ask. I think maybe we want the town arborist to go ahead and ask the homeowner if we can start working through the process, but I think the asking the owner to pick up the tab, I think, is a bit much. I mean, if we think the tree's historic, for all the right reasons, we should probably be picking up the tab for that. I'm not going to be making my recommendation that I first said, my amendment for 2, 3, and 4. I do think this is going to go through, I think the mayor is correct, this is going to be appealed, we're going to go through the tribunal, and we're going to have to probably hire another engineer, and it's going to be very costly to the town because we have a recommendation by our staff that the building is in disrepair and it's too costly to repair. We have, I guess, 2 engineer reports. We also now have the reluctant, the Heritage Committee agreeing to the demolition, so I don't know where we would stand in front of a tribunal. So I'm not going to support, I'm going to support the report reluctantly. It's not that I don't care about heritage, it's not because I don't care about the town, it's because I think this is, we've lost this one. And I think, wishing isn't going to make it any different, and we're going to prolong the process, and I think the end result will be that the house will be coming down, unfortunately, but we're going to be expending a great deal of money to do that, to get to that point. But again, it's not because I don't care about history, it's not because I don't care about the heritage of this town. I just think this is a fight we just can't win. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, just thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I just want Councillor Noyes to understand. I don't think that at all. I completely understand her viewpoint to this. as I said earlier, I can't bring myself to vote for this. I don't want at any time anyone to think that Councillor Noyes doesn't care about heritage in the community. I know she does, and I don't think the vote, however it turns out, is a reflection on that. I just wanted to point that out. I thought it was important.
Your worship.
Okay, so I think we're back to me. So I've got three amendments I'd like to deal with. And the first one, I guess, would be with respect to, well, the first one, if it's not supported, then the other two aren't necessary. So the first one would be to amend the third paragraph. The third paragraph of the recommendation, which is on page 5, that instead of that council consents to and approves the application, etc., that council denies the application, period. So I move that amendment. I'd need a seconder.
Councillor Dubanow? So we're going to deal with these one at a time?
Yeah, I think we should deal with this, and can I just speak to that?
Go ahead.
It's the third paragraph of the report. So on page 5 of the agenda, sorry. So if you go to the beginning of the, well, just go to the beginning of the report. Just go to the beginning of the report. Wait a second.
You want to give that to
wait a minute.
Councillor
I've got,
Lubberts one more time?
yeah, so that's a little bit different than what I've got. Just hold on.
I want the fourth that.
Yeah, it's the,
Fourth that. It's the fourth that.
so the agenda and the report in our package. Yeah,
I see what's happened here.
yeah,
Half,
yeah.
halfway through the second one, if you see, it
Yep.
says, and further, there should have been a that after
Okay,
that.
so then we'll just work off of the report as it appears on our iPads. So then it would be the fourth paragraph. So instead of council consents, it would be council denies the application, period. And okay, so we've got a seconder, Councillor Dubanow seconded. And my view is that, as I said before, this is going to be appealed. This property, condition number 1, put on it by the Heritage Committee, the property's already been designated. So it's going to continue to be designated whether, and that's why the owner would agree with it. So even if we lose at the Ontario Land Tribunal, that's going to be there. The others, there is a risk, but my view is that I'd rather stand firm with this because I think that when one looks at the entirety of all of the reports and all of the information, I think that there is a reasonable prospect that the Ontario Land Tribunal will deny an appeal of our denial of the permit. And I think we need to find that out. If Mr. Long can persuade the Ontario Land Tribunal, well, then I guess that's where we are. But I'm not prepared to simply surrender on this. To my view, it's too important for the community, and it's unfortunate that it's gotten to this stage. It's gotten to this stage, not because we haven't been trying, because since June of 2019, we've been trying to get the owner to comply with the property standards, which he has not done. That's all I got to say on that point.
Any comments or questions with regards to that part of the, all in favor of that? Opposed? Okay. So,
It carried? I couldn't see all everyone's hands.
Oh, wait a second. Councillor Dubanow wanted a recorded vote. Yeah, okay.
we'll get the amendments done and then we'll do the recorded vote, okay? Okay.
Okay, so then the next amendment would be with respect to the third paragraph, where it says, Council receives the recommendation of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee. It should be for information purposes in relation to the application. So I think we should put in for information purposes.
Councillor Dubanow seconded that. Do you want to speak to it, Your Worship?
No, I think it's pretty clear.
Any comments or questions with regards to that? All in favor?
Do you have a question, or is that
Oh, I'm
another
sorry.
vote?
Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
So the third paragraph,
Paragraph is council.
so we're just receiving the recommendations from the Heritage Committee for information purposes. Yeah.
The next one. Nice.
We're denying the application. Well, we received the recommendations for information purposes, so we know what they've said. I mean, I suppose we could delete that paragraph. I guess I'd look to the clerk for some comment.
Well, sorry, excuse me. No, my suggestion here is that you do receive it for information purposes. It's on the floor. And then you're going to deal with that recommendation to deny the application. I think that's appropriate. We've done it on other reports.
Councillor Noyes, did you have a question?
Yes, if the fourth that has already been changed, changing the third that, to me, is just redundant. It's just basically saying, after the further would be that council does not consent and does not approve the application. So I don't see why the third that has to be changed, because the fourth that's already been changed. So I think it's just redundant to change it. But
Your
that's
Worship?
just my opinion. It doesn't make any difference one way or the other.
Well, we're only receiving it for information purposes, and I want to make that clear, that it's only for information purposes at this stage.
Okay. So is that it for that? The second one? Anything further? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Your Worship?
Okay, and then my third one it's an additional provision, and it relates to the report that we received and approved in October of 2021, and that was where we directed staff to initiate the process under Section 15.4 of the Building Code Act to address the deficiencies outlined in the property standards order issued on June 6, 2019. And that required some repair or restoration work in accordance with the applicable building code standards, primarily with respect to the exterior of the property, so that there wouldn't be further deterioration. So my motion is that council directs staff to proceed forthwith to repair the building as previously directed in report PDS 96-2021.
Councillor Dubanow seconded. Councillor Noyes? Go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify that. So we're directing staff to have the building repaired?
We're directing, so in October of 2021, we directed staff to proceed to initiate the process under Section 15.4 of the Building Code Act to address the deficiencies outlined in the property standards order issued on June 6, 2019, and further outlined in the ACA Engineering Services report that had been provided to us. The repair restoration work will be done in accordance with the applicable building code standards. The work shall be completed by the town at the expense of the owner, and the cost may be collected in the same manner as property taxes in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001. So we directed staff to do that in October of last year. I'm just saying that they should proceed forthwith.
So if I'm understanding this, we're saying, based on what we said in 2021, is that we're going to somehow proceed with repairing the building as per the bylaw that we can do it, not knowing yet whether the building's going to stand or be demolished, and we're going to pass the bill on to the owner, who has already explained to us, and also from 2 engineer reports, it says it's going to cost more than what the building is worth, but we're going to proceed to fix it anyway and send the owner the bill, like the deficiencies.
Your Worship first?
Yeah, so we've already directed staff to do this. if the motion as amended is carried tonight, there is no demolition permit that's been granted. It's then in the court of the owner of the property to appeal. And if he appeals, that's fine. There may be then a need to look at whether staff proceeds with this work or not pending the appeal. But if there is no appeal, every day that goes by, every day that's gone by since June of 2019, this property has been permitted to deteriorate, and it's continuing to deteriorate, and I'm not prepared to be a vessel of comfort for the owner of the property in allowing this property to get to the stage where he can stand up or have his lawyer stand up and say, the only feasible course is demolition. We know that the engineering reports say that the restoration or replication would be expensive, quite correct. But we know that there's at least one person that was interested in doing that, having seen what the property looked like and having known that it would be significant cost in doing that. So that's the gist of that. If there's an appeal, then I presume we would have to look at this again. But right now, A, we don't know what's going to happen with the motion, and B, we don't know if there will be an appeal.
Councillor Noyes?
Thanks for that clarification. The only thing I would ask then, if that Mayor Redekop, in your motion, that if there is an appeal, that we kind of put the restoration or the immediate repairs on hold until the outcome of the appeal. I can't see going forward. If he doesn't appeal, let's move forward, that's fine. But if there is an appeal before the board or whatever, to go ahead and start incurring costs, I just don't think it's fair to the taxpayer. I don't think it's fair to the owner. And I don't think it's going to change the decision of the tribunal one way or the other. So I don't know if you would consider adding something unless it's appealed within a certain length of time or something like that, because I just can't see going through the steps.
I think what I would prefer to do, Mr. Chair, is have staff advise us if an appeal is filed, and then if there is an appeal filed, we would have to reconsider a direction for staff to continue to proceed pending the appeal. But I don't want to presume that, and I don't want to include that as a provision in this right now. I'd like to make it as clean as possible, because right now, technically speaking, they're supposed to be doing this anyways. This is just a reiteration that we want them to do it. But you're quite correct. It wouldn't make much sense to be incurring expense if there's an appeal outstanding that could result in the demolition of the property. Quite correct.
Okay, I will take Mayor Redekop's word for it that if an appeal is filed, then we will look at this again. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some clarification on that report with respect to the repairs. My understanding, and perhaps Ms. Hansen can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that the repairs were specific to ensure that the building was safe and wouldn't fall down, and wasn't necessarily to restore the heritage features of the building. So we wouldn't necessarily be taking on a full expense of a restoration of the property. Rather, it's just to ensure that it doesn't fall down. And I think it would be prudent, to Mayor Redekop's point, to do this anyway, regardless of the OLT appeal. I'm sure the OLT may issue direction to the municipality, and as they often can. But I think it's prudent that we at least ensure that the building is safe pending a decision, and that we ensure that the building doesn't fall down, or we have a storm come in off Lake Erie and blow it down, because there perhaps could be the potential that the OLT rules that this building not be demolished. It is salvageable, and we may find, as we have in the past, a buyer who's willing to put the time, energy, and finances into this building to restore it to what it was. So I'm supportive of this, and I think this should go forward either way, just to ensure that it stays standing and it's safe.
We all done on this? All in favor? Carried. So we'll be voting on the amended motion now, and I'll hand it to the clerk.
Yes, would you like me to read it aloud?
Yes, please. And it's recorded.
Yes. The council does not require the applicant to provide additional information or material in relation to the application under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act and/or the Heritage Permit application to demolish the designated building at 477 Ridge Road North, the application, and further, that council authorizes staff to notify the applicant that the application is complete, and further, that council receives the recommendation of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee in relation to the application for information purposes, and further, that council denies the application, and further, that council directs staff to proceed forthwith to repair the building as directed by report number PDS 96/2021.
Recorded vote, yep.
Recorded vote, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes.
Councillor McDermott.
Yes.
Councillor Butler.
Yes?
Councillor Dubanow.
Yes.
Councillor Noyes.
No.
Mayor Redekop.
Yes.
Your worship, the vote carries.
Thank you. Thank you,
Back to you.
Council. Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Actually, the next report, I have a pecuniary interest, which I've declared, so could you continue on with the chair, please? PDS 14.
Oh, yeah. So who has that?
Oh, I'm sorry. That would be Councillor Dubanow.
Councillor Dubanow?
Oh, wait a minute.
No, it is.
No, I don't have, I have, yeah, Councillor Dubanow has it.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, because it was sitting right on my desk here in front of me as you were asking. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Noyes, and I'll just read the description here. PDS 14, 2022, extension of draft plan approval, Hershey Estates, draft plan of subdivision, north side of Nye Road, east side of Centralia Avenue North, 1314566 Ontario, Inc. That council extends draft plan approval for Hershey Estates draft plan of subdivision until February 21st, 2024, and that the owner and regional municipality of Niagara Planning and Development Services be so advised.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Are there any comments or questions with regards to this? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That takes us then to report COS 01 2022, and Councillor McDermott, you have the resolution for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, COS 01 2022, 2022 Municipal and School Board Election Amendments to the Municipal Act 1996. The council receives report number COS 01 2022 for information purposes.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I'm just wondering if we could get some information from our clerk in regards to how this is, the change in the time frames, it may affect her department, and then as we proceed with the election.
Through you, Your Worship, it will affect our department because we'll have a shorter turnaround time for getting our ballots. We'll also have a shorter turnaround time for planning the inauguration. It's cut it down to 3 weeks. And normally we would be getting our ballots in the end of July, and we won't get them now until the end of August, at best. They're not guaranteed as yet.
Councillor Noyes?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Councillor Dubanow?
No, Your Worship, Councillor Noyes actually asked a very similar question. All I was going to say is time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, guess we all know that. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the report? That is carried. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for providing us with that information. It's very helpful. Okay, then that takes us to new business and inquiries, and Councillor Noyes, you have the next resolution.
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council of the town of Fort Erie be permitted to attend and participate electronically in the special regional council meeting being held on March 31st, 2022 at 6 p.m. to receive Indigenous education and training in closed session in accordance with subsection 239 in brackets 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001, and further, the Council of the Town of Fort Erie confirms that this session is for training and education purposes only, and no direction will be issued to staff, and no decisions or motions will be made that advances the business or decision-making of the Council of the Town of Fort Erie, and further, that the Council of the Town of Fort Erie waives the rules of procedure to adopt Niagara Regional's procedural bylaw 120-2010 as amended for the purpose and duration of the special regional council meeting being held on March 31st, 2022, and further, that the Council of the Town of Fort Erie authorizes the delegation of the duties of the clerk to the regional clerk for the purpose and duration of the special regional council meeting in accordance with subsection 228 in brackets 4 of the Municipal Act 2001, and further, that the regional chair, Jim Bradley, be appointed as the presiding officer for the purpose and duration of the special regional council meeting, and further, that the clerk is directed to provide a copy of this resolution to the regional clerk so that it may be included as part of the minutes of the special regional council meeting.
Are there any questions or comments? If there are none, all those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to Councillor McDermott with respect to the next item of new business, an appointment to the Bridgeburg BIA.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council appoints William Thomas to the Bridgeburg Station Downtown Business Improvement Area Board of Management for the period ending November 14, 2022.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. The next resolution, Councillor Lubberts, you have.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council appoints Stephen Muth to the Cemetery Advisory Committee for the period ending November 14th, 2022.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And Councillor Butler, you have the next resolution regarding the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council appoints Bridget Brown as the Beachcombers representative and Deborah Fairley as the Dandelions representative to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for the period ending November 14th, 2022.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. And so that, I think, gets us through what's on the agenda for new business inquiries. Councillor McDermott?
Your Worship, we're still under new business.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I would like to put forward to waive the rules of procedure to put forward a reconsideration motion with regards to the right to reconveyance for 4152 Erie.
Okay, so we'll deal with that when we get to notices of motion, and at that point, you can ask council to waive the rule with respect to notice to permit you to proceed, and if notice is waived, then you can proceed with the motion for reconsideration. So we'll do that under, I think we'll do that under notice of motion. Right. Okay. Any other new business or inquiries? So I'm going to, when we get to notices of motion as well, I'm going to be asking council to consider waiving the requirement for notice so that I can bring a motion requesting council to permit a liquor license to be issued to the Crystal Beach BIA's Spring Splash event, which is occurring in May. And I'll explain that when we get there. And if there is no other, if there are no other inquiries or new business, that gets us to notices of motion. So here we are, Councillor McDermott.
Aren't you motions?
Oh, sorry.
I would have loved to hop in, but I don't want to tread on your
Just
grass.
cut out
Your
3
Worship.
pages of the agenda. And almost gave Councillor Butler a heart attack. No, not intended, for sure. Councillor, yes, I have it right in front of me. Councillor Butler, you have the next resolution under motions.
I do, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. Whereas extreme weather events have become more frequent and intense with rising sea levels, prolonged droughts, food shortage, and daily extinction of animal and plant species, and whereas leading climate scientists have issued a code red for humanity, warning that changes necessary to keep warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius will be our last chance to avoid the most dangerous impact of climate chaos. And whereas climate change is now an emergency, and whereas Canada is the only G7 country whose emissions have increased since the Paris Agreement was signed, and whereas the Government of Canada is working with the provinces and territories to implement the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate, which includes emissions reductions targets, investing in infrastructure, development of new building codes that increase building and infrastructure resiliency, addressing the effects of climate change on the health of Canadians, supporting regions that are vulnerable to climate change, and working to ensure the long-term health and resilience of our ecosystems and natural environment are protected. And whereas the Government of Canada's plan falls short on timelines for effective changes, and whereas municipalities have the ability to influence change to 50% of emissions within Canada, and whereas the town of Fort Erie has not incorporated climate change into its official plan, and whereas report number CAO 17-2020, authored by Bev Bradnam, Manager Strategic Initiatives, was received at the Council and Committee meeting held on October 5th, 2020 for information purposes regarding climate change contained action items, and whereas the land within our community and its infrastructure is finite, now therefore be it resolved that Council declares a climate change emergency, and further that the town of Fort Erie take climate change action and that staff be directed to provide a report to Council outlining the resources required to create and implement a climate change adaptation plan, including but not limited to human resources, policies and policy changes, and financial resources. And further, that the town of Fort Erie establish an advisory climate change adaptation team and a climate change plan that includes external and internal stakeholders, including the Indigenous community, business, service, and manufacturing sectors and members of the community. And further, that the town of Fort Erie join Brock University's Niagara Adapts. And further, that climate change be strongly considered as a main pillar in the 2022-2025 strategy plan, and further that the town of Fort Erie request staff to submit a report to Council on the incorporation of new standards that will prevent clear-cutting forests for new developments, consider broadening the scope of building codes to include the use of new greener technologies as opposed to fossil fuel systems, and 3, review the ability to attract condominium and apartment builds in available open spaces or the demolition of existing buildings in the town's downtown and surrounding core areas. And further, that the town of Fort Erie send a letter to the Right Honourable Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, and the Honourable Stephen Gilbert, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, to tighten their timelines for climate change plans to be reflective of the urgency of demands for immediate and meaningful action. And further, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to all members of Parliament, all members of Provincial Parliament, and all Ontario municipalities, and request that those municipalities that do not have plans in place to step up and put resolutions of their own in place to effect positive change and implement an affirmative climate change action plan.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Did you want to speak to that?
I did, thank you.
Sure.
I've been reading and learning for the last 8 years with respect to the effects of climate change, and it hasn't been long enough, obviously, because I still keep learning more and more, and put off this motion for 2 months because more information was coming to light as I progressed. One of the things that I found really disturbing is that 150 different plant and animal species go extinct on a daily basis, and that's quite a lot of extinction. The other thing that I uncovered is that we have to move quickly, and that even though there are plans to cut emissions by 2050, it is not fast enough. And I read the book twice with respect of the title, This Changes Everything. And I have to say it's frightening because there are things that we can't reverse, and the impact is going to be great on humanity and the world at large. So I think this is a great first step for municipalities to get involved at a greater depth, because I feel we're at the grassroots, and municipalities can do much more to affect change than the province and the federal government has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I just wondering about our EAC committee, if that perhaps on the team that is being suggested, that a member of our Environmental Advisory Committee be included as part of that team, because I think there is some overlap. That's all.
I think it would be a logical choice for the whole committee to be part of an adaptation plan. And Mr. Jansen, we have allocated money in our 2022 budget for environmental matters such as this, and that would, I presume, be of assistance to you and staff in fulfilling the requirements of this motion if passed?
Yes, Mayor. During the 2022 levy budget deliberations, we did have a supplementary item to allocate funds in general for climate change initiatives. The activity and accounts were to be assigned by the CAO, so this certainly is one consideration for that with any related study.
And that would be you for the time being. Okay. If there are no other questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Okay, Councillor McDermott, I wonder if I could hand the chair to you so I can do the next motion.
Carry on, Your Worship.
I need a seconder. Councillor Lubberts. I got Lubberts over there, if I could. Thank you. Whereas Ontario and indeed all of Canada is undergoing a housing affordability and attainability crisis, and whereas the reasons for the exploding cost of housing are many, but include the extreme need for more and more differing types of housing, the historic lack of a provincial or federal housing strategy, the increase in the flow of people into Canada, and the movement of people out of the Greater Toronto Area to other parts of the province, the cost of building materials, marketing practices, labor challenges, and so forth. And whereas municipalities are responsible for establishing housing policies through their official plans and zoning bylaws, subject to the requirement to comply with provincial policies and approval of official plans by the province. And whereas the town of Fort Erie has developed and continues to develop policies to address affordability issues, including policies to address zoning, housing mix, density, protection of existing neighborhoods, protection of natural heritage, incentives, and potential partnerships. And whereas a municipal official plan, including its various components and secondary plans, is developed through months of public consultation to ensure that future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community, and whereas public consultation is a fundamental principle for growing and building communities, and whereas a local municipal council is best suited to approve the provisions of an official plan and zoning bylaw and amendments to those documents that fit within the vision of and address the needs of the municipality. And whereas the Housing Affordability Task Force appointed by the provincial government has recently presented a report with recommendations that would limit the planning responsibilities of municipalities and public consultation in planning matters, repeal municipal policies designed to protect existing neighborhoods, set uniform provincial standards for urban design, legislate strict timelines for development approvals which, if not met, would result in a deemed approval, penalize municipalities for failing to meet approval timelines, and increase density targets. And whereas the underlining mantra emanating from the Housing Authority Task Force is cut red tape and reduce public consultation, and whereas the task force membership did not include anyone from the municipal sector, the level of government closest to residents of Ontario and most familiar with the affordable housing dynamic and impacts, and whereas the housing affordability crisis has been decades in the making, and whereas the Ontario Land Tribunal adds costs and slows down the efforts of municipalities to provide the type, mix, and quantity of housing that their residents require, and whereas all decisions of municipal councils, with the exception of planning decisions, are subject to appeal only by judicial review by the courts on questions of law and/or process, and whereas Ontario is the only province in Canada that empowers a separate adjudicative tribunal to review and overrule the decisions of municipal councils applying provincially approved official plans or planning decisions reached after considering the best interests and needs of the community, and whereas the Ontario Land Tribunal acts as a barrier to the development and construction of affordable housing, and whereas many of the recommendations of the Housing Affordability Task Force prioritize the interests of developers over those of residents, and do not touch on the need for the provincial government to provide greater support to municipalities to address the housing crisis and to treat municipalities as partners in solving the crisis, now therefore be it resolved that the town of Fort Erie respectfully requests that the Government of Ontario dissolve the Ontario Land Tribunal immediately, thereby eliminating one of the most significant sources of red tape, delaying the construction of more affordable and attainable housing for the residents of Ontario. And further, that the Government of Ontario suspend any action on the recommendations of the Housing Affordability Task Force until municipalities are provided seats at the table and the opportunity to provide meaningful consultation on the issue. And further, that the Government of Ontario increase its financial supports to municipalities and treat municipalities as valuable partners to address housing affordability and attainability in their communities. And further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Liberal Party of Ontario, and the Green Party of Ontario, all members of the Provincial Parliament of Ontario, all municipalities in Niagara, including the Niagara Region, and further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for distribution to all municipalities in Ontario. And I thought Councillor Butler's resolution was long.
What did you say?
Did you second this? So I have circulated to members of council a copy of the Housing Affordability Task Force report, which outlined around 50 recommendations. I had meant to provide to you, and I don't know if the municipalities yet received it, a letter that was sent by the Regional Municipality of Niagara to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, responding to a number of those recommendations and indicating where the region felt that there was a greater need for consultation with local governments, including the region and local municipalities, and that some of the provisions contained in the task force report really were counterproductive and weren't very helpful. I've made reference to some of them in the resolution. In general terms, I know that there's some concern in some places about the elimination of the Ontario Land Tribunal. I know that some residents feel that that may work against them, but the history of the Ontario Municipal Board and the Ontario Land Tribunal, well, not so much, because it's recently been named that, has been one that actually favors developers. The one area problem would be where municipal councils permit NIMBY to interfere with growth or development in their communities. But I think that's far less a problem than the prospect of development that is proposed denied by a council because it doesn't fit into the future vision of the municipality or the protection of neighborhoods or the protection of natural heritage, than residents who might find themselves aggrieved. I know that there are professional planners who don't support the elimination of the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the reality is we're the only province that has it, and anybody that is aggrieved does have the ability to apply to court. And I really believe that the local municipalities do have the best ability to understand the dynamic of their community. And if the residents don't agree with decisions being made by the local council, they at least have the ability from one election to the next to remove those elected officials. We don't have the ability to do that with the Ontario Land Tribunal. And although some would say that it's simply a matter of perhaps changing some of the rules under which the Ontario Land Tribunal operates, or perhaps give it less latitude on one issue or greater latitude on another, the reality is it's what the provincial government wants. They establish who sits on the Land Tribunal, and they are the ones who set the rules. The Land Tribunal does not have the independence nor the history of impartiality that the courts have. And so I think that's a far better solution. So I'm hoping that you will support this. It is much like the last resolution. It's one that takes some pretty large strides, although not on such a large issue as climate change. That was certainly all-encompassing. But I hope you would support this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Comments or questions? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, maybe we can recommend that the province use Fort Erie as a trial basis on our last problem with Ridge Road. We can demonstrate how we can work more efficiently without the Land Tribunal.
Councillor Lubberts, every once in a while, you're like a blind pig that finds a truffle. You come up with a gem.
Anything further, Councillor?
We'll pass that on. I was actually going to ask the clerk if, when this resolution is sent to the minister, to the premier, that I be allowed to do the letter, because there's some comments that I'd like to make. And I'll think about your suggestion, Councillor Lubberts.
Anything further? All in favor? Any? Carried.
Yes. Can we have a motion to extend the time for?
Okay.
You've seconded, you've moved it to extend the time. All those in favor, extending the time till 10:30? Okay.
I feel this.
Is that?
Just laughed about what you said 10:30.
Okay, so we're done with motions. Now we're into notices of motion. Councillor McDermott. Okay, so we have to, so you want to put forward a motion to reconsider that decision that we made on February the 28th to deny an extension of the time for the owner of the property to fulfill town, an agreement with timelines, which would result in the town registering a reconveyance of the property. That's what you want to. Okay, so in order for you to do that, and I've taken a further look at the procedural bylaw, which Councillor Lubberts quite correctly pointed out, paragraph 16.1 has a number of situations where reconsidering is actually not permitted. I think the wording of this is really quite unfortunate, because there's an or at the end of the 6th subparagraph. It should be an and, in my view, which means that in order for you to succeed in even putting this forward, you'd also have to waive, you'd also ask for not only the rule that would permit you to bring this motion this evening to be waived, you'd also have to ask that Rule 16.1A and B also be waived. A is that, and the wording of the provision is, after any bylaw, resolution, motion, or matter has been decided, any member of council who voted with the prevailing side may move for reconsideration, except in the following situations. A, where provisions of the matter have been partly carried out. B, where the party to a contract has been notified of the outcome. C is when something has been done that is impossible to undo. So while C, there hasn't been anything done that's impossible to undo, the reality is that the owner has been notified, and there has been at least that step taken towards carrying out the decision of the Land Committee, which was approved by Council on February the 28th. So you'd have to waive those, have to get Council to agree to waive those two in order to permit you to proceed. Am I so far correct, Madam Clerk?
That's absolutely correct, Your Worship.
Okay. So your motion then would be to waive the rules to permit you to bring a motion this evening, to reconsider, and also to waive Rule 16.1A and B. Questions or comments? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. I think in my my email to you about the C is what has been done that can't be undone is that we have notified the owner of our intent, and that would constitute that something has partly been done regarding the motion. So C would have to be included in waiving. You'd have to waive C as well, because it's...
So I'm of two views on this. The first is that the thing that makes it impossible to undo would have been the registration of the reconveyance. But I'm also of the cautious view, and I think if we're going to make sure that we've covered all bases in the event I'm wrong, and the clerk I know wouldn't be wrong, but I'm going to be taking responsibility for this. So I would suggest then maybe you should add C, just to be on the safe side. I think that's Councillor Lubberts' point. Okay. Anything further, Councillor Lubberts?
Oh, that's fine.
And your seconder, what? Oh, you have a seconder on this motion? Councillor Dubanow, and you're agreeable with C as well? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Noyes?
I'm wondering if I can just be reminded of what is happening at 4152 Erie Road. Is that the one where the person had difficulty with the engine because of COVID and all that and wants to put up the townhouses? And we've gotten a few letters, thanks, then I'm fine.
That's right. She was unable to meet the first condition, which was to have a site plan approved by March the 9th, 2022. And by council approving the Land Committee minutes on February the 28th, we approved that denial. Okay, Councillor Lubberts.
Now, are we moving two motions?
We're moving one motion, and that is the motion to waive the rules.
That's just the one, and then the next motion would be to...
Do the reconsideration.
Reconsideration.
That's right. So this isn't the reconsideration.
And do we need to remove the rules of procedure for the reconsideration, because don't we have to give notice of reconsideration? No?
That's what this would be. This first motion is to waive the rules to provide the notice that is typically required, and also to waive 16.1 A, B, and C. So it's two parts to the motion. Waiving the rules that you have to give notice in advance, and waiving the applicability of 16.1 A, B, and C.
And then there'll be another motion to...
Then there's if that passes, then there's Councillor McDermott will put on the floor
Motion for
a motion to
reconsideration.
reconsider.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, is everybody clear?
Yeah.
All those in favor of waiving the rules? That is carried. Okay, so back to you, Councillor McDermott, to motion to reconsider.
Yes, I'd like to put forward a motion to reconsider with regards to the decision we made with regards to right to reconveyance for 4152 Erie.
Okay? And you have a seconder?
Councillor
Councillor
Dubanow?
So, Madam Clerk, just so that I'm clear on this is a motion that we reconsider it. And if this is passed, then is there another motion?
I believe we voted on the first motion to waive the rules to allow the reconsideration, so
This
now
is
he's
to
put
reconsider.
forward. So
By definition, if we reconsider it, we're reversing the decision to accept the Land Committee's recommendation?
that's right.
Okay. And then would we have to do something further?
No. He's putting forward the new motion to reconsider. So the new motion is that Land Committee or the council does not support Land Committee's recommendation, and that would be in report CAO-03/LC042 2022, February 10th, 22, and it was recommendation number 1, which read, the Land Committee denies the owner's request for a further 6-month extension for town's right to reconveyance of 4152 Erie Road.
So if this motion is passed, then we're back at the point where there has to be something further because the time for the owner to comply expired March the 9th. So there would have to be something further. And where does that go? Does that go back to Land Committee? Or does this council make the decision?
Council could direct that it be referred back to Land Committee for a time frame. Planning staff might have an idea of when that time frame should be, or council could decide tonight what that time frame is going to be.
When is the next Land Committee meeting? Oh,
Yes, April 21st.
so that's over 3 weeks.
Perhaps Mr. Hurlovich could help.
Mr. Hurlovich, did you have any comments on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we're partway through the site plan process, but I would say there's probably still 4 months to complete that site plan process. And then the applicant would have to apply for the building permit to proceed. I don't know whether you want to add additional time on for the building permit.
Okay, so you said about 4 months to do the site plan?
Complete the site plan.
Okay. So,
Your Worship, I would entertain the idea if council wanted to stipulate the amount of time that Ms. Lynn be given to, put forward this thing in a timely fashion. I don't have any problem with that at all.
okay, so we're getting into a point where we're talking about having to deal with a contract, an agreement that deals with the disposition of land. And I'm wondering, Ms. Sturton, are we in an area where we should be dealing with this in open session? These aspects?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we are getting very close to the line in terms of matters that would be suitable for closed session, both subject to legal advice and dealing with the potential acquisition of land.
Okay, because I think that there are some, if this motion passes, I think we, need to have some clear provisions with respect to how long the extension would be for, and what the time frame would be then with respect to the building permit. And I'm thinking that there should be something further added as well. So I think we should be going into closed session on this. Is anybody prepared to move that? Councillor Lubberts?
No, just a comment.
Yep, go ahead.
If you're going to bring forward a reconsideration, do we not have an opportunity to speak on the report further? Because there's some things in the report that I need some clarification on based on what I've saw
Yeah.
lately.
Yeah, and
So can we discuss the report now?
you can discuss the report. We're talking about a disposition of land, and I can't help but think that some of your questions are going to run into the factors that are going to influence the decision that we're going to make as to whether we do reconsider the decision or not. So I don't know how we can do that without going into closed session. We could, it's possible, but you know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't you start with your questions, and if I think we're getting into the area where we shouldn't, then, or do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes, all right.
Do we have a motion on the floor yet? Madam Clerk, do we have a motion to go into closed session on the floor? Not yet. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
So that meeting was when? February when?
The council meeting was February the 28th. And the minutes of the land committee were contained in that.
Yeah, so when I was looking at the renderings and the elevations, my recollection from the beginning when we sold the property was that there was going to be a commercial aspect to the property, to the building on the bottom floor. And now I'm not seeing any commercial.
Right. So that wasn't part of the minutes of the land committee, but the reality is that the property was rezoned by this council, and the rezoning actually permits the use that is being proposed by the current owner. So it can be used for
Yeah, but didn't we put that out there for sale, and we wanted to see what was going to be done on the property? And when they brought forward their original proposal to purchase, they showed us what they were going to build, and there was commercial aspect on the bottom, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that I don't recall, and I don't know if, Mr. Hurlovich, would you know anything about that?
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor is correct. It did show commercial on the ground floor with apartments above. The owner now, or the proponent has explained that due to COVID, she changed her design to be entirely residential, and there would be townhouses. But the townhouses do comply with the zoning on the property.
Councillor Lubberts?
Yeah, so Mayor Redekop, I mean, my argument here is, right from day one, we had an agreement. That's what we agreed to when we sold the property. And that's what we were looking for, when we discussed, the future of Bay Beach and the property of Bay Beach, and we were going to sell the property. We wanted some kind of commercial aspect on the bottom floor. So these people bring forward their proposal, and then they just decide on their own that, wow, we're going to eliminate the commercial, and they blame it on COVID? What's COVID got to do with changing your plan? COVID doesn't come in a drawing. You know what I mean? So where did it get off the rail, and did staff allow them to take away the commercial without consulting with council? Because this whole process was dealt with through council. It was our decision and our agreement with the donor. Commercial on the bottom, 3 floors on top. And now we have no commercial. And I can't support that. And I don't think that this council should support that either. If they want to come forward with what we agreed to originally, then, let's talk. But if I remember correctly, there was some problems even with the commercial aspect. There was some problems and some debate over parking and different things. So I think what we need to do is we need to review the original. Let's discuss what the original agreement was when we sold the property in the first place. and then see why we're at this point now where there is no commercial. If that requires that we table this thing until we see that, but I don't think that we should be supporting giving up what we all agreed to previously about how we were going to advance Bay Beach.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Okay. So I'm at a point where I want to make some suggestions with respect to the agreement. I think we need to go into closed session, because I can't ask the questions and get reasonable answers, with the exception of this one question. Mr. Hurlovich, maybe you can respond to it. When we reviewed the material that was provided by the owner of the property, I thought she indicated, and maybe incorrectly in her one piece of correspondence, that the density for the parcel is to be 60 units per hectare, and that she is not quite at 60 units. Does that ring any bells?
Familiar with those details.
Okay. Okay. So I think we need to go into closed session. Can we have a motion to go into closed session? Councillor Noyes, seconder, Councillor McDermott. Any questions about that? Yes.
Can I cite the two exceptions that we're going to use to go into closed session? So
Yes,
it's
I'm sorry,
recorded for
Madam
the
Clerk.
public?
Yes.
Thank you. So that would be under section 239, sub 2, sub C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and sub F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Okay, and we're going to have to make sure that when we're in closed session, we're only dealing with matters that can't be dealt with in open session. So we'll have to be cognizant of that. Councillor Butler?
This has nothing to do with that, but we've extended the hour to 10:30. Should we just maybe extend the hour a little bit more since we're going into closed session?
I think that would be prudent, and yeah. So when would you like us to run this to?
11 o'clock?
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Noyes? You know what you're doing, right? You're not delusional now at this stage of the evening. All those in favor? Don't be treating me the way Will Smith treated Chris Rock last night. Okay. Did we vote on that? Okay, all those in favor of going into closed session? Okay. Okay, so we're back into open session. Councillor Dubanow, you have a motion for us to rise from closed session?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Butler, that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 10:50 PM with report that the matter be postponed to the April 11th council and committee meeting and that no action be taken by staff.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? And, yeah, okay. Do you have something in there about the owner being notified? That should be in there, that the owner be notified. Council will be reviewing its previous decision on April the 11th.
So I'll start again then from postponed to April 11th council and committee meeting and that the owner be notified. Be notified that council is reconsidering the matter? That's right. Okay.
Okay, any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so I had, I apologize, it's 10:51. I did indicate that I wanted to bring a motion to waive the rules to permit me to bring this motion. And the motion is that because we have conflicting bylaws and policies here with respect to the use of alcohol in public facilities and whether that's an authority that's been delegated or not, I'd like to move. I guess I should give the chair to you, Councillor McDermott, so I can move this. I'd like to move that the rules be waived so that I can give notice of a motion to be dealt with this evening to waive the alcohol policy that relates to the issuance or alcohol in a public park to facilitate the Crystal Beach BIA having a spring splash event in May at Bay Beach, where they've previously had events with alcohol licenses. Staff is very uncomfortable now that they've ascertained that we've got this conflict and this area of uncertainty in our bylaws, which really need to be addressed. So I would like to move that we waive the rules so that I can bring that motion forward, and I would need a seconder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just quick question as to if we're going to waive the rules of procedure because we have some conflicting bylaws, should we also ask staff to bring back a report or something to change the bylaws so we can make amendments to whatever the policies are?
My understanding is that staff is already working on that.
They are?
Yes, because this just came up at the land committee.
Do they need
a couple weeks
direction to
ago.
do it, or no?
No,
Okay.
They're going to do it.
All right.
And the, Madam Clerk, you probably want to know which policy it is that we're going to be waiving. It's bylaw number 72 for 99, which is the municipal alcohol policy, and it's section 1.1. Okay, so do I now bring my motion? Okay, so I would like to have municipal alcohol policy 1.1 contained in bylaw number 72-99 waived so that a liquor license, permission to obtain a liquor license can be granted to the Crystal Beach BIA for their May Spring Splash event at Bay Beach. Clear enough? Pardon? Okay, any event by a business improvement association applied for in a municipal facility outlined in paragraph 1.1. Okay. Well, I got a bunch of papers and I'd like to think I'm paying attention. Do you have the wording there?
I do, yes, that I can share.
I get. I'm blaming it on the land tribunal. You had something?
That council waives section 1.1 of the municipal alcohol policy bylaw number 72-99 as amended to permit the consumption of alcohol at special events in 2022 by any board or committee insured by the corporation of the town of Fort Erie, pending future staff recommendations to amend the existing policy.
Perfect. That's exactly what I meant. Yep. So I've moved that, and that's seconded by Councillor Lubberts. Okay. Giving the chair back. Okay. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor Redekop. That the Town of Fort Erie dog bylaw be amended so that dogs on leashes be allowed in all town parks and trails with restrictions as may be recommended by staff.
And when is that returnable?
I'm thinking probably September, August, September, because I know staff have been thinking about this, so. August?
Give me a date.
I have the dates in front of me.
Okay, you want a date in September or August?
Say
Pick a month.
September, because we only have 2 meetings in August.
Okay, in September, we would have a meeting. Our regular council meeting in September is probably the 19th.
Okay, that's fine.
For the 19th.
Pardon?
Regular council meeting.
Regular council meeting, September 19th?
Yes. Did that include the Parks and Beaches bylaw? Motion, did it include Parks and Beaches bylaw as well? It's not just animal control?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Yes, yes, it did.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah. Any other notices of motion? Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to put a motion in place with respect to bidding wars for apartment dwellings, and that's returnable on April 25th.
For apartment buildings?
Apartment rentals, I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Okay.
Apartment rentals.
Bidding wars for apartment rentals. And I have, if there are no others, I'm sorry, Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be bringing notice of motion regarding the federal government's plan to tax vacant foreignly owned properties by non-residents. I'm thinking, going to bring that back May 30th.
Foreign owned, or you said vacant, you meant foreign owned?
Foreign-owned, non-resident, foreign-owned vacant properties.
Just vacant. What about the ones that aren't vacant? Which is what the real stir here is, because people who have
I guess it,
summer residences.
that's the concern. I guess it just depends on what you define as vacant. And I think that's the concern here with why this is becoming an issue.
Okay, and that's May the?
May the 30th.
Okay. Any others? So I have two. One has to do with an item that Councillor Zanko mentioned last week, and that is that staff be requested to provide a report with respect to hybrid options for council meetings, and that will be returnable April the 20. Too soon? Okay, so you're suggesting the end of May? So May 30th?
April 20th.
May 30th. So it'll be
Returnable May 30th.
May 30th,
Okay.
yeah. Well, if it's returnable, no, it can be returnable April, then you'd still have a chance to get that. You wouldn't, you'd be directed at the end of April to do a report, which means, okay, so that's April the 25th. Okay. And the other one has to do with,
April 25th.
oh, the other one has to do with the presentation made by the Diversity and Inclusion Coalition requesting that council consider recommendations that they made. So I'm going to bring forward a motion with respect to that, and that will be April the 25th. That's contained in the it's contained in the minutes of our February regular council meeting, February 28th council meeting. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yep. I should maybe sit closer. Okay, so yeah, because we have a motion to go. We have a motion to go into closed session, so we'd have to move to extend the time to 11:30. Councillor McDermott, Councillor Lubberts, all those in favor? Okay, so Councillor Noyes, you have a motion that we go into closed session with respect to the CAO recruitment matter.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council will now hold a closed session meeting at 11:01 p.m. to consider the following. Pursuant to Section 239 in brackets 2 and brackets B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and Section 239 in brackets 2 and brackets D of the Municipal Act 2001, labor relations of an employee negotiations regarding chief administrative officer recruitment.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Okay, Councillor Noyes, we're back in council chambers. You have the motion to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Yes, I'll move it myself and second by Councillor Dubanow that council now rise and reconvene from closed session at 11:15 with report that staff proceed as directed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us to consideration of bylaws. Are there any bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package? If not, then Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for first and second reading of the bylaw package.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that the bylaw package containing 28/2022 to stop up, close, and convey parts of certain road allowances within the Elizabeth Road subdivision, Plan 431, Crystal Beach Estates Incorporated, in brackets, Jose Marquez, 29/2022 to exempt certain lots in Plan 431 from part lot control, Lot 1, lots 31-44 and lots 51-64, Crystal Beach Estates Incorporated, in brackets, Josie Marquez, in 30/2022 to accept and declare lands as a public highway within the Elizabeth Road subdivision on the east and west sides of Cherrywood Avenue and the north and south sides of Elizabeth Road, Crystal Beach Estates Incorporated, in brackets, Jose Marquez. Bylaw number 31/2022 to deem part of a certain registered plan of subdivision not to be a registered plan of subdivision, Plan 431, Lot 1, lots 31-44 and lots 51-64, Crystal Beach Estates Incorporated, in brackets, Jose Marquez. Bylaw number 32/2022 to amend fees and charges, bylaw number 40-09 as amended, in brackets, Bay Beach admission fees. Bylaw 33/2022 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-90 as amended, -85 Idlewild Street, Stella Unger, agent, Edward Unger, owner. Bylaw 34/2022 to authorize the entry into an amending agreement with Rutherford Prosecutions for hearing officer services under the administration penalty system, in brackets, fee for service. Bylaw 35/2022 to authorize the execution of an amending subdivision agreement with Gray Forest Homes Limited, in brackets, Rudy Zawatsky, and in brackets, Kettle Court subdivision. And bylaw number 36/2022 to stop up, close, and convey part of an unopened road allowance between concession 9 and 10, Niagara River, Bertie, designated as Part 4, 59R-9548, 1652-Ridge Road North, in brackets, Elaine Lucy Zapatelli Andrews. Bylaw 37/2022 to exempt certain lots and plans 59M-488 from part line lot control, Block 44, Hummel Crescent, Peacebridge Village Subdivision, Ashton Homes, Western Limited, Ethan Lamon, is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That bylaw package is on the floor for any questions or comments. If there are none, then Councillor Lubberts, you have third and final reading.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that bylaws 28/2022, 29/2022, 30/2022, 31/2022, 32/2022, 33/2022, 34/2022, 35/2022, 36/2022, and 37/2022 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? There being none, all those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Butler, you have first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
I do, thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that bylaw number 38-2022 to confirm the actions of council at its special council and council meetings held on March 28th, 2022 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor McDermott, third and final reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw number 38-2022 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? Okay. Better late than never. Okay, that takes us to scheduling of meetings. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. We have a Planning and Development Services Business Subcommittee meeting this Wednesday here. That's March 30th. That's here in Town Hall at 5 o'clock in Conference Room 1.
Thank you. And there's another meeting. Is there infrastructure services?
Yes, there's an accessibility meeting on the 29th at 5 PM in Conference Room 1. There's also an infrastructure services meeting on the 30th at 3 o'clock. I'm thinking it's probably Committee Room 1. And then on April 7th, there's a Senior Advisory Committee at 10 o'clock at Douglas Heights Senior Center.
Anyone else? Then, Councillor Dubanow, I'm going to go to you, and I want to thank all of you for this evening. It was an experience.
It certainly was, Your Worship. So now, mercifully, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes, that council adjourns at 11:21 PM to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on April 25th, 2022.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you.